can see. Oh. So, what do we got? Today we have Tangle Tower. Hello. Tangle Tower. Where's my information page? So, this came out on the 6th of October this year. No, last year. Oh my god, I can't say this year anymore. Everything came out last year, except for the games that came out in the last 4 days. No, this came out on the 6th of October 2021. And is published and developed by SFB Games. Yeah, I'm also waiting for the bot to do that. Hi, Leaky. I figured I'll give it time for me to do my spiel and then I'll do it myself. Oh, there we go. Yes, so this is a murder mystery. Dan, I hate to break this to you, but it's a Tuesday at 8 p.m. I don't think this is a surprise. Exactly what Leaky just said. Also, hi Dan. One is a silly. Yeah, it's not a surprise. I was going to do one yesterday, but I was absolutely bloody knackered, so we didn't. But we're going to do an extra stream tomorrow because I've got a day off and I'm finally feeling vaguely not tired. So yes, so this is a murder mystery. Freya Fellow has been murdered. Murdered! As the lead suspect, a shadowy figure found looming over her body, wielding a knife. The problem? That suspect is just a painting. Just a painting. Oh, and looks like I've been whapping my, sorry. I knock my mic and then it starts intruding into the camera picture. So investigate the entirety of Tangle Tower from the bizarre and eerie gardens to the cold and ominous crime scene at the very top. Will you be able to uncover the secrets of Tangle Tower? I do not know. But yes, this has been out a couple of months and I'm very excited. It's also one of my RTDL achievements. Yeah, I was supposed to be back at work today and then I was like, I did not have a relaxing Christmas at all. So going back to work without having any extra holiday was silly. So I took 2 days off this week and figured 2 days working, 2 days off, 2 day week would be good. Plus, yeah, extra stream. So there would have been an extra one. I really wasn't in any fit state yesterday to stream, and I was enjoying watching Kara. So yes, hopefully we will. I mean, the idea is we will. There are 2 storyline achievements, one for completing the game, one for starting the game, and a bunch of achievements that don't seem to be missable, but aren't storyline. So, see how that goes. Total of 10 achievements. Half the people who've played this have completed it. And the art looks really cool. Your shock will come next Tuesday. Rubbing it in, why not, with your extra holidays? I mean, I could have taken extra holidays, but I've got a limit to, plus it'll be a slow week. It's just tech debt. And maybe playing with some Docker. I think tomorrow is going to be the day when I'm like, okay, I feel a bit bored now, which means that I've had enough holiday. In which case, I'm going to go for a walk and do some stuff. If, however, oh great, I'm yawning, I'm tired, then, I'll take it easy. Well, I was hoping that one of my Bad Dream Coma achievements would have popped my RTDL. I have 2 achievements in that game. I've narrowed down one of them, the other one is one of 2, apparently. The ones that I didn't get out of the 9. Oh, yeah, no, I have no problem with work. I love my job. I love my work. I just have not been sleeping great for the past, couple of months. So I've just been exhausted, which is not work's fault. So it's like, yes, I want to work. So it's like, yes, but I want to work. I want to code. I want to do stuff. But also I need to, be sensible and have some rest and have an actual break. So, yeah. This is not I don't want to go back to work issue. I love my job. I love my work. I am quite happy to go back to work. It's I have not had enough sleep in the past sort of month and a half, 2 months, and just need to catch up a little bit and rest my brain so that I can be the best that I can be at work. And also in real life. You know what I mean. So yes. So one of the achievements in this game, basically, I think it can either it's basically, I don't think it's like the first. What's the ratio on this? 121. Okay, so it's basically, it's not start the game. It's not one of the talk to the suspects or talk to the do a thing. It's basically everything up to and including complete the game. And I've no idea what the estimate is on this, actually. Could be a couple of hours. Some people have done it in 2 hours, 3 hours. So we're just going to get on with it. But one of these is one of my RTDLs. And yeah, bad dream coma. I'll have to revisit tomorrow because apparently I did not find the secrets. So yes. And we'll also be doing... Oh, maybe we could do Sayonara tomorrow. Right, settings. Oh yeah, I have no volume on my TV because I turned it down. So let's turn up the volume on my TV. I mean, I don't hear any music right now. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I don't know whether it's voiced or not. Maybe. I'm going to whack down the ambience a teensy bit. And the music. Just for my sanity. And then we might need to give it some more volume on the stream. Oh, I love my volume buttons on there. Oh, there's an art gallery. Hang on, I just want to have a look what's in the art gallery. Possibly nothing yet. There's a gallery page for every character, location, and clue in the game. They're unlocked as you can count them on your save file, so check back later. Right, well we have not even started the game, so we don't have any gallery. Alright. The art. The art already is beautiful. So yes, the beginning. I'm very excited. I love a good murder mystery. So, if anyone's played this before, no spoilers. It should go without saying. Tangle Tower, mid-afternoon. If it has a cursor, does that mean it's a point and click? Lake's Edge.
It's a bird bath.
Oh, it's voiced. Okay, so hopefully you can hear the game, you can hear me, and there's a good balance between the two.
Is that just rainwater? Looks a little weird.
But it has cute little birdie blobs.
The birds seem to like it.
And it's voiced.
They're even singing a little tune.
Thanks, Leaky. Da, 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 da. Oh, I hate music.
Please don't do that.
Well, it might be relevant.
You ready, Sally?
Grimoire, I've been standing here for 7.5 minutes.
No, you haven't. I literally just started the game, don't lie.
Just checking.
Do you have the map?
Yeah, but it's basically blank. Did you read the case file? What do you think?
I'm not sure yet. It's really not a lot to go on. Did you read it?
Yeah, I'll read it on the way to the crime scene.
Okay, I'm loving this already. Just the art, the voices, the mystery fact, the cute little burbies. Yeah. I am, what's the word? Endeared? Charmed? Charmed, I am. calm. Yes, I'm very excited about this game. Giant arrow pointing at Joe's head. Okay, there's a finger, and it's not. It can't get it to point at my head because of the direction of my head. But yeah. Okay, case file. Oh no, the case file is down here, at the bottom. That's what you meant. Right, murder victim Freya Fellow, 19. Freya died whilst painting a portrait of Flora Fellow, 58. This is the portrait. Location: Flora's tower. Flora was present as she was posing for the portraits. Freya was found lying on her back with a single stab wound on her chest. No weapon was found at the scene, but the subject of Freya's unfinished painting is holding a knife. The red colour on the tip of the knife is not paint, it was discovered to be blood. Thought Plickens. Yeah, no. There was, I realised what it was. So the map is down in this corner, and the case file is down in this corner, so that would have been the arrow. Cursed paint. Okay, cool. Dan solved it already. Okay, Tangle Tower. Small painting on a scrap of paper. A few notes have been written on the back. Nowadays it goes by Tangle Tower, but it's actually a pair of towers connected by a mansion at the base. It is surrounded by a circular lake. The water is an unusual mix of colours. The lake is enclosed by sheer pale cliffs. They're too steep and smooth to climb. Tangle Tower is currently home to both the Fellow family and the Pointer family. Okay. Alright, and then we've got Freya. We've not got any clues yet, I think. Aha! Murder victim, Freya. Location. And then how was Freya killed? Okay. So yeah, so down here we've got case file, which opens up that. And then we've got a map, which at the moment is blank, as he said.
It's a bird bath. Is that just rainwater?
The birds seem to like it.
They're even singing.
Please don't do that.
Okay.
So, who...
Sally, you know full well we haven't met a single suspect yet. We haven't even been to the crime scene.
Still, I reckon I've got it all worked out.
Has paint.
It's I think. It's currently far away.
We could walk closer to it.
Ready when you are.
Okay, this is classed as
It's
an
a garden.
adventure,
I think.
But-
We could.
Ready when you are.
but based off the fact that there is no walking movement and it's progressing from scene to scene and there's a cursor, I'm going to get this reclassified as point and click. Because to me, that's what it is.
It's a statue of some hideous, scaly, bipedal fish monster
Playing a harp.
playing a harp.
Yes, we need to find the culprit. So motive means an opportunity. No. Murderer. Motive means an opportunity. Something like that. Anyway, it's like it's not just cursed paint in Freya's tower. It's, you know, with Scarlet and with the revolver in the conservatory type thing.
Hang on a second.
Ooh.
This isn't just a regular statue, is it?
Something tells me we're not gonna solve this just yet.
Doesn't seem like it's possible. That sounds like a charm.
Let's come back later. It must do something.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
Harp statue in the gardens. An odd weather statue of an amphibious creature holding a large harp. Symbols are engraved on each of the harp's 4 column segments.
It's a bandstand.
Bit small for a bandstand.
It's a one-man bandstand.
A bench of solid cold stone.
My favorite kind.
It's a stone carving. Wonder how it got cracked.
I think it's supposed to look like that. It's an egg.
It's an egg. Can we have the
It's a
egg?
stone car.
I think it's an egg.
It's quiet.
Mhm.
You're supposed to say, too quiet?
It's not. It's an appropriate amount of quiet.
What animal is that?
Hawk, bear, lizard.
Right.
Griffin?
Of course. A hawk bear lizard.
That sounds like a griffin to me.
And it's full of the same weird water that was in the lake.
Any fish in there?
Not a single one. Although there is something in there.
It's a cassette tape. Or it used to be.
So much tape.
Spooky. What do you think it's for?
I think it's to scare away detectives.
Is it working?
No.
So how is everyone? How's everyone's weekend been? How's everyone's first 4 days of the year gone? So yeah, I'm just nipping back to the beginning just to see.
The ground's moist, but it's not muddy. Wonder how often it rains here.
I cannot believe how exciting this murder investigation is already.
It's the little boat we used to cross the lake. It's the only way.
What a comforting thought.
It's just an archway, but it seems a little ominous. Like walking through it might give you bad luck.
Too late.
Main entrance. Tangle Twa! Tangle Twa!
What?
Oh, there's an O on the floor.
Oh yeah, Tangle Tour.
Twir. Oh.
What?
Oh.
Oh yeah, Tangle.
Twir.
No, but we can't pick up the Twa.
Is that an envelope?
It's been opened, but the letter's still in there. Let's read it.
Isn't that an invasion of someone's privacy?
Sounds
No,
like.
definitely.
The envelope has been ripped open with a single piece of paper inside. The combination is drawn on the other sheet. Once you have memorized it, destroy it. I do not agree with your reasons. You will not find it down there. Mm.
Do you think he'll start to move if we try to go inside?
No, I think he'll just silently judge us. Should we ring the doorbell?
Why would we not? It's a little melody.
Little bird feeders.
How do you know they're for birds? Which one do you think came first? The tree or the house?
The age-old question.
Don't think it's locked.
Oh, that means we can just walk straight in, right?
I'm pretty sure that's the rule, yeah. Let's head to the crime scene first. It's at the top of the west tower, I think.
Fine. To go somewhere else? No, it's okay. Oh, hello. What's going on here?
Now it's a big glass tube filled with
Ooh.
water.
Hello, words. Observer Herb. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How was Filament? And hello to the raiders as well, Eric and Silly Sausage. Aww. And Observer Herb themselves. Thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate it. So we've just started Tangle Tower. And Dama! I saw Filament. I should have guessed there would be a Dama somewhere in there. So we've just started Tangle Tower. We are solving a Moida mystery. I am Joe, otherwise known as Angel SK. I do indie games, lots of puzzles, point and clicks, adventures. And Kitty Mousy! Hello. Yes. Filament Dama sighting. Yes. Oh, Dama, I'm thinking of doing some Sayonara Wild Hearts tomorrow. you coming in just reminded me that I'd said that. So, yeah. So far we don't really know much other than there's been a moida. So yeah,
There are
we're
weeds
gonna...
in there. And sand.
It's a really big fish tank.
It's an aquarium?
Fiddles! We can fiddle. Thank you for the follow. Filament, yeah, was that the one in the spaceship with like there were a bunch of towers that you had to connect and there was like this overarching story thing? I was intrigued by the story, but the puzzles hurt my head. I did put it on my wish list though. Did not pick it up in the Steam sale, which I probably should have. But yeah, it looked intriguing.
Could be. Except there's nothing living in it.
Oh, no worries, kitty. Workday is over. Well, you rest up and have a good chill. And food. Food's always important after workday is over. Legally binding. Well, I figure, I've got 2 achievements to get in it, and if I stream it, there'll be experts in the chat, and I could be like, right, which is going to be the best ones to go for these. So yeah.
Anymore.
So there's an aquarium and nothing in it.
What is that?
And that looks like a family tree.
I think it's a family tree.
This sounds like... Ooh, hello. So, Freya is the person that's died. She was 18. I really love these names, Silly Sussex. And there was someone... Lord and Lady Fellow, Selena, Felicia, Damon, Fitz, Emily, Felix, Flint. And there was someone called Flora that was getting painted. Maybe that's one of the Lord or Ladies, but it seems like it's... Yeah, I mean, if you can watch someone else do stuff. Oh, Fiona. Fiona may have been the one that was getting painted. No, because it was someone who was 58. I may have to go back and look. And then we've got Remington. Which explains why... Oh, and hang on. We've got a Remington and a Pointer. So, Percival married Primrose. Flora married Felix. So, we've got some intermingling of families here. But not Fellow and Pointer, just via Remington. Interesting. So I'm assuming that'll come in handy useful. You see, sometimes the reading can be fun. I love a good reading. So yeah, Freya, Felicia. Aha, here we go. We're getting stuff filled in. Flora. Okay, so Flora's 48. Okay, so now I gotta look at this again.
I
Can we
think
not...
it's a family tree.
Flora. No, it was Flora. And not in the thing, so... Could be Grandma. Or Great Aunt. Possibly. If you send me what command you want and what text you want, Dan, I can add it. Or if you want to figure out how to add it yourself, I think it's something like command add. But yeah. If you want to send me what it wants to be. Okay, well, we can come back and refer to this if we need to. Or I could take a screenshot. That's
What
probably a better
is-
I
idea.
think it's a family tree.
Probably better if I take a screenshot. There we go. This came out on Xbox in October, but I think it's been out on Steam longer.
A big letter F.
That's cool. Discord
Of course.
message is great.
Who doesn't hang a giant banner of their initial in the lobby of their mansion? This one
Yeah,
has a big
sometimes-
P.
That's probably important.
How very P-ceptive of you.
Yeah, sometimes I like watching the
Sally,
puzzle
check those
games.
plants for clues.
Sometimes I like playing them.
Is soil a clue?
Sally and Grimoire.
A door.
Oh, what's behind it?
A room.
Stairs.
Finally, we get to investigate a
Hi,
murder in a
Ray.
spooky mansion.
It's not that spooky, really.
Don't ruin this.
I'm not Mother, I'm
It's
Auntie
not
Jo.
locked.
Stairs.
Stairs.
Finally, we get to investigate a murder in a spooky mansion.
It's
Spooky
not that
mansion.
Don't
spooky.
ruin this.
Okay. Go, sure. Okay. So, said West Tower, never eat shredded wheat. Okay, so we'll just go all the way up to the crime scene now. But hi Ray, how is Canada? Ah, this must be Flora.
Let's take a look at that painting first.
I don't want to be anyone's mum. Yeah, I'm the cool aunt.
There it is. The unfinished portrait of Flora Fellow.
So, what? Freya was killed halfway through painting it.
Looks that way.
There's snow? Oh, I'm jealous. There's no snow here. I like snow. Ooh. Why would she be painted holding a knife? That's so weird. Freya was unable to finish the painting as she died sometime during the process. Flora appears to be wielding a knife. The red substance on the tip was discovered to be blood. Very weird. Okay.
I wonder if all of Freya's paintings are this creepy. Maybe it's just because she never got to finish it.
There's something wrong with the crime scene, and something really weird about the murder weapon.
We didn't find a murder weapon.
Ooh, hello. Flora's portrait. It's holding a knife tipped with blood. Because it stabbed Freya.
Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya.
What?
Weird, huh?
You think Freya was stabbed by a painting? Not by the woman from the painting, but by the painting itself.
Mm-hmm. Freya was standing right up by the canvas when she was killed. There's blood on the knife. It's the murder weapon.
Right, but it's not actually a knife. It can't stab.
See any other knives around here? Case closed.
The case is not closed. And even if you were right, where does that leave us? A painting can't be a murder suspect.
Why not? That's hilarious. Okay, an unfinished painting. Yes, I'm in the UK. Whoever sorry, I was just laughing because I thought that was a silly sentence, but actually it was what they wanted. So yeah, but I would love snow. We've got snow at Christmas. We will have snow at Easter. There we go. Bleep bloop. I've now officially started the game.
The outline of Freya Fellow. Looks like she fell onto her back. There's a single patch of blood, right in the middle. No real signs of a struggle.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the canvas, so she was probably standing really close to the canvas when she fell.
Let's check the case file again.
I mean, I already know what's in there. Ah, yes, please do. That's a good sign.
Supposedly, Freya was working on the painting when she was killed.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
Brush and palette. Palette has a variety of paints loaded onto it. The largest blob of black in the middle. That looks green to me. The paintbrush is still covered with dried red paint.
Freya's painting supplies.
Small pots of red, yellow, blue, black, and white paint. Glass pots are all cracked down one side. Ooh, hello. Oh man, so they've all got... Some of them have this one has a different thingy on it. Interesting. Oh, no worries. Have fun, Dama. I shall, and thank you for directing raids. This is why I want to move to Scotland,
Is that a
and I always have
gramophone?
snow.
I think so. Except it's got a tape deck instead of a turntable.
It's also got a big crack down the middle.
Why are things cracked? Plays cassette tapes instead of vinyl records. It's pointed towards the middle of the room. There's a notable crack running through it all the way from the horn down to the tape deck. There's a rose on the side.
What about the cassette tape?
Scotland. Scotland's also
Yeah, it sure is. Pink.
to Freya. Crack down the middle. Cassette tape written to Freya.
Do you think
I
it still
prefer the
works?
cold.
The gramophone? We could give it a go.
Totally try it. Okay, so let's see what it says.
It's piano music.
Recording of piano music. We should listen to the end of it. Ah, yeah, I'm in London and my house is my flat is very new insulated, very new build, so it's insulated, which is great in the winter because I don't have the heating on much, but it's hell in the summer. So if my flat was in Scotland, I'm sure I'd be fine. Sadly, it's not. It's probably going to end up being a copyright notice on my YouTube video when I upload it. Because of this, but you know, I feel like there may be a clue at the end, so. That doesn't sound good. Yeah, exactly. It's like you get snow and it's never too hot, which just sounds perfect to me. An excuse for... I could, but it's fine. I mean, it just means I can't monetize it, which I don't do anyway, so... This one will play. Looking outside, distorted home. It sounds like what the birds were singing. That sounds like Torture going backwards, but you know. Be kind, rewind.
Freya's painting supplies.
No, same supplies. Okay.
Half the room is a big open window.
I don't know if you can call it an open window. It's more like the sudden absence of wall.
That's the only door in and out of the room.
It's also on the floor.
Sure is. Guessing it's not supposed to be down there.
Is that an egg? An egg with bird feet.
A Fabergé egg?
It's also covered in gemstones.
Possibly a Fabergé egg?
What a completely ordinary object.
I think it's a container for
Something
something.
of an ordinary.
Those gems look like they come off.
Okay, so doesn't match up exactly. Okay, so the big long one has a purple on the shorter side. A blue on the longer side. And the short one has pink on the short side. Green on the long side. And that one has a purple on the shorter step. And yellow. And then that. Okay, so the humpy side has a pink. Nope, not that pink. And blue. And then one that goes all the way round. Short end has green. And it has a yellow. And the big long one has a pink on either side. Okay, so where's the pink gone wrong from? Pink and a purple mixed up somewhere. Purple and blue. I think that's right. So purple, blue, pink.
I got it.
There we go.
I'm impressed.
It's like, do you want to look closer? No. Yes. Oh,
Did it unlock? What's it?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Well, I'm not leaving without a clue. An empty egg is a clue, right?
Could be. Once unlocked, the egg can be opened. It's currently empty. The lining of the egg is a soft velvet-like material. The egg is supported by a stand made of brass. It rests on 3 strange feet with pointed claws. Hello. How are you?
Flora... Fellow?
She looks ominous.
Hey, sorry to barge in. I'm sure you're still in some distress.
We need to ask you a few questions, I'm afraid.
Did you witness the murder, Flora?
Nothing. What do we do?
Not sure. She's entitled to her silence, I suppose.
For now. Flora Fellow?
Okay, we did that one. Okay.
Is there anything you'd like to tell us, Flora? I don't really know anything about you at all.
I think that's the way she likes it. We'll just have to ask other people about her.
Yeah, okay.
Well, anyone else yet?
Freya was painting your portrait yesterday. Is that right?
Was this something you had planned with her ahead of
Look
time?
away, Leaky.
Was there something special about yesterday?
Did you talk to Freya at all while she was painting you?
She's not going to answer us, is she?
Nope. But at least we can say we tried. Flora, you were definitely in the room at the time of the murder. Surely you must have seen something? Can you tell me anything about what happened to Freya? She's acting pretty suspicious if you ask me.
I don't know. Maybe she really doesn't know anything.
How is that possible?
Don't know.
Anything we should know? Any hobbies besides staring out the window? Were you close with Freya? How are you two related? Did you kill Freya?
Grimoire!
What? I don't even think she's listening.
Oh, she's listening.
Flora, this is your egg? Why do you keep it locked?
Is there supposed to be something in there? Or is it always empty? Is this your gramophone?
Well, it's
Do
got a
you know
flyer on
why
the
it's
side.
cracked?
Paint was cracked as well. We're just gonna ask everyone
Did
everything.
you ask Freya to paint this? Or was it her idea?
What is that you're holding in the painting, Flora? Some people have been saying it's a knife.
It could be a feather. Okay, I'm not gonna get anywhere with this, I don't think. Okay, so let's go exploring. Library! Love a good library.
Books about insects.
Well, theoretically. There's not a single book on that shelf.
Huh.
Books about geography.
One of the paints had that symbol on it.
Skip. Books about ancient history, I think?
These books are ancient history. I think they'd crumble into dust if I tried to pick them up.
Good excuse.
Thanks. Books about space.
They're relatively untouched. Is that a snow globe?
Of sorts.
It's a snow globe with a...
Hey, look at that. It's a model of Tangle Tower. There's the lake and those weird mountains. What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing souvenir.
It's so cute.
A book
Oh, hello.
on the floor.
Bleep bloop. Find the Tangle Tower snow globe. I got another bleep bloop.
Fundamental entomology.
I guess somebody dropped it.
What's in those bottles?
I'm not sure. Soil samples?
Jungle tour. Yeah.
I'm not sure. Soil samples?
Sure. Why not build a science lab in the corner of the library?
The search for new knowledge. The archiving of old knowledge. It's downright poetic.
Books about nature? Books about birds.
The shelves are about half empty.
Oh, so you're the shelves are half empty kind of person.
You knew this already. It's an illustrated book about birds.
It's been left open. Looks like somebody was halfway through reading it.
Or it was left open for us to find.
Ever so slightly unnerving.
The ink dip is a remarkably intelligent bird with a very long lifespan, even among avian mystids. The birds are often aggressive towards it, and the ink dip lives most of its life alone. Aww. The particular feeding habits and only usually eats the seeds of the Tantum amica pictured. Okay.
A chalkboard.
Is this a library or a classroom?
It's science. Ooh, this looks like puzzle stuff. Take a screenshot because it doesn't seem to give us the option.
Any idea what this means?
Not a clue.
To save it. Yeah.
I'm not sure I learned anything from that.
It may come in handy later.
Curious.
Hi.
I would expect bacteria of that nature to thrive in these conditions.
Lady.
Excuse me.
Taking all the environmental factors into account, there must be something I am still missing.
May I talk to you, miss?
She knows we're here. She just doesn't care.
I am a detective,
She's
and I
not
need
slow.
to talk.
Correction. You do not need to talk to me,
Oh no? How come?
because I am not a suspect. I am completely innocent of any and all crimes.
Thanks for letting me know.
Speaking of which, you have now been at Tangle Tower for over 23 minutes. Surely you have already reached a sturdy hypothesis.
A hypothesis?
Hi,
Of
cherries.
the murder?
Yeah, come on, Grimoire, hurry up.
My apologies. Unfortunately, protocol dictates I must at least meet all the suspects. And that includes you. So, could you tell me your name?
Fifi Fellow, microbiologist, inventor, innovator. You will need to be more specific. Oneself cannot be summarized in a single response without doing one a great disservice.
So true.
Well, first of all, you're a fellow. So does that make you the daughter of...
Correct. My father and mother are named Flora and Felix, but you need not question either of them. It will only waste valuable time. Neither of them are capable of murder.
Thanks for the tip.
Fifi, you said you were a micro... something or other?
Microbiologist, but it is an insignificant label. My studies cannot be categorized in any one recognized field.
What made you want to become a scientist in the first place?
I harbor
Fern.
an intrinsic fascination with the microscopic. I constructed my first one at age 10.
Constructed a microscope?
Correct.
And what's that thing on your head? Did you make that too?
My eyesight began to deteriorate when I turned 12. Not satisfied with the eyeglasses prescribed to me, I designed this custom lens instead. It automatically adjusts based on the surrounding light conditions.
Does it glow red when you get angry?
No, but that would be most amusing.
I just saved the photo and now I can't see what I'm doing. There we go. Okay, Flora and who? Where's Fifi? I don't think they're all on here. Oh, Flora and Felix. Hang on. Flora's a Remington. That's why I couldn't find Flora. So Fifi is Fiona. Yeah, so Flora is a Remington who married Felix. There we go. It does help when I'm actually looking at the right places.
What can you tell me about the murder?
What can you tell me about... Wait, that's what I'm supposed to ask you.
Yes, however, you were too slow.
You fancy yourself a detective too, Fifi?
I just need to know what happened.
Me too. So talk.
Fine. I knew ahead of time that Freya was going to be busy with her painting all day, so I had planned to spend the afternoon with Poppy. I was in the library all morning preparing the equipment for an experiment, only to find out that Poppy had made other plans and she was in fact planning to ignore me completely.
Oh.
So what did you do instead?
I locked myself in my room and cried.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Why?
I don't know, it just sounds kind of sad.
It is not unusual.
Oh. Good.
I was in my room. The lights were off and the door was locked. Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me. I opened the door. Poppy came into my room. Her makeup was leaking. She told me Freya was dead. I did not believe it. I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face. She
I
insisted
really
that
like
we
her.
go up to Flora's tower. We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs. When I saw Freya lying on the floor, I was completely and utterly devastated. Then, I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting. Poppy and I took the sample back downstairs to the library. We performed a test and found out that it was, in fact, blood.
You performed that scientific test immediately, even though you were feeling so upset?
Of course. Why would one affect the other?
Exactly.
Name, Flora Fellow. Age, 44. Profession, unknown. Likes, unknown. Dislikes, unknown.
Isn't she your mother? How do you not know anything?
I believe other people may have discovered methods of reaching her, but I have little capacity for interpreting nonverbal communication.
And how long has Flora been non-verbal?
She has always been quiet, willing to speak when necessary, but not more.
So what happened to make her stop talking entirely?
She suffered a great loss, something she has been unable to move beyond. Name, Freya Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, artist, deceased. Understand this. Most people find me difficult. They exhibit a noticeable degree of discomfort when talking to me. There it is. Freya, who had a way of being an exception to any given rule, was not at all like this. She is very important, and I will not rest until I understand what has happened to her.
Did you
I really
spend
like
a lot
her.
of time with Freya recently?
I will say this. In the past year, Freya became 1. Increasingly independent, and 2. Increasingly isolated.
Do you know why?
I do not. If you are looking for a speculative, empathetic opinion, try asking Poppy instead.
The three of you were friends.
We are of a similar age, and all highly gifted. 1 scientist, 1 artist, and 1 musician.
Sounds like quite a team.
Name, Fiona Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, amateur microbiologist. Likes, the meaningful archiving of information. Dislikes, the superfluous window dressing accompanying the majority of human contact. Notes, kindly disregard the polysyllabic form of my given forename and refer to me instead as Fifi.
How come you prefer Fifi?
How come you prefer Grimoire?
How are you related to the other fellows?
Fitz is my cousin. His father, a man named Flint, was my uncle.
Was?
I do not know if Flint is alive or not. He left Tangle Tower a long time ago.
And what about Freya? How are you related to her?
We share exactly 1 grandparent.
Do you know who was reading this book?
It belongs to my mother.
And she left it in the library?
No, my mother has not been in the library for some time. That belongs to my mother. I think she must be fond of eggs. There are a number of egg-shaped carvings to be found in the garden and in the Grand Hall.
Yeah, what's the deal with all the eggs?
Some people just like eggs.
Is she laughing?
The gramophone belongs to Poppy, but I believe she gave it to my mother, and my mother often loaned it to Freya. Or maybe it is the other way around.
When did it get cracked?
I cannot pinpoint it exactly. All I know is that it must have happened sometime in the last 2 days.
Fifi, did you test the red paint in this pot?
Yes, I did. I discovered it too was blood, not paint.
A whole pot
What?
full of blood?
Not a whole pot. It is only partially full.
Yeah, but still. Doesn't that freak you out?
No. In fact, it may be considered rather reassuring. The red paint on the brush is not paint. It is blood. Same for the palette.
So Freya added the blood to the painting herself?
Or blood got on the brush and palette some other way?
But the pot's full of blood, so...
Do not know the answer. Freya is normally highly skilled at capturing someone's likeness, but in this painting, she has accidentally made Flora look quite young.
I think she was just being kind.
Why is that kind? Anyway, I'm far more interested in what Flora is holding. I performed the test on the red paint myself. I discovered that it was in fact not paint, but blood.
What made you want to test it in the first place?
It was Poppy. She told me she thought the painting looked like a bloody knife. I told her not to be ridiculous. My mother owns no such knife. But then I noticed that the color was slightly too dark, and the substance itself was overly viscous.
You noticed that just from looking at it once?
Of course.
She's a scientist.
Curious. This belongs to Poppy. In fact, she owns a number of cassette tapes.
What happened to it, though?
It has been left underwater for an extended period of time.
Right. But why?
I do not know why. The statue itself does not interest me, but I do wish to know about those symbols on the harp. Have you deciphered their meaning yet?
We're working on it.
We are?
I require facts. What do you know?
Well, we know Freya was stabbed with a knife, and then she fell...
Correction. She was stabbed with something. There was no knife found at the crime scene,
Thanks for the high
Apart from the one in
subterfuge.
the painting.
which as a mere abstract representation does not count. Nobody has ever been stabbed by the concept of a knife.
Sounds very Magritte.
What is your opinion of Tangle Tower?
Oh, it's impressive. Elaborate gardens, unique architecture.
Must be worth a fortune.
Why do you ask, Fifi?
I am the heir of the Fellow family and the Remington family. This makes me the sole beneficiary of Tangle Tower.
That's quite an inheritance.
They can't make you do anything, Fifi. If you don't want the house, just tell them. Or just sell it. Who cares?
You sound like her.
Rare, even. We have not unlocked the whole thing yet.
Fifi's bedroom should be unlocked now.
Can't wait.
No, it's okay.
A new suspect! Don't think you can get out being questioned just because you're a bear.
I'm innocent, I promise!
Save it for the judge. Fifi's got something pinned up here.
What is all this?
Ooh, okay.
Who's that?
Not sure.
That's gotta be Flora. Who's that?
Not sure.
And that's you, Sally.
What? I do not look like that. Do I?
Is that supposed to be me? Why do I look so angry?
That's just the face you make when you're thinking. Does make you wonder, though.
Is that supposed to be...
That's just the face you make when you're thinking. Does make you wonder, though. When did Fifi draw all this?
No.
Did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Mm-hmm. And Fifi herself.
I don't know what that
Okay.
drink is, but I bet it's 99% sugar.
Look at the family tree and the drawing board.
I'd read you the ingredients, but there's nothing written on the can.
That's even worse.
What's that big book on the desk? Is it a clue?
I hope not. It's just a bunch of notes about her microbiology experiments.
What's that big book?
Looks like
Is
something.
it a
I
book?
hope it's just a bunch of notes about her microbiome. Homemade posters. This one's about the Pythagoras theorem.
I've not heard of that band.
Pythagoras.
Are they any
Pythagoras,
good?
isn't it?
A pretty ornate window with a great view of the lake.
We're supposed to be looking for clues, not assessing the real estate value.
And over here, you'll see the owners use sheets of paper to block out all that unnecessary natural light. A simple trick, but it really transforms the space. Scientific formulas. Probably. I'll openly admit I have no idea what any of it means. That's a whole lot of books.
I like the built-in bookcases.
Nice room.
It's a mess. But yeah,
It's a magnifying
how
glass.
come you don't have one of those?
Why? Because I'm a detective? Should I start smoking a pipe too?
You couldn't pull off a pipe.
Oh, there should be a bedstead.
It's a bed.
Barely. Boxes of stuff.
Okay. Look who's in here. Freya's room.
That painting is really something.
Why would you want it looming over your bed like that?
Maybe Freya enjoyed the atmosphere it creates.
The atmosphere of chaos and oppression?
Hang on. There's a smaller version down by the floor.
It's a photograph.
Small photo of the abstract painting. Piece of adhesive tape is stuck on it. Lines have been drawn with black ink around the edges. Ooh, it feels like it fits in somewhere.
A pillow with a paw print pattern.
It's a cushion.
Yeah, but that doesn't alliterate. It's a little glass box.
I think it's a vivarium.
Come again?
See the leaves and twigs in there? Might have been for keeping insects.
Not the kind of lamp I choose for my bedroom, but fair enough.
It's cool. Looks like old mining equipment or something.
Drawings taped up on the wall.
What's that one on the left?
Looks like two people standing together in a garden. One of them's holding a red rose.
Beefy. Hawkshaw. Drawing of a man standing in the garden. Red rose drawing of people. A person wearing cloak.
It's Freya's bed. A little bit messy.
It's a perfectly healthy amount of messy.
Even though we're halfway up a tower, someone's been tracking in mud from outside.
Painting supplies.
It's a fish, I think?
I think it looks more like a whale.
Fine, it's a whale.
Could also be a shark. Freya's bear.
Looks pretty depressed.
He's had a rough couple of days.
I mean, it's got a blowhole. I think it's a whale.
A lot of these paintings look unfinished.
How can you tell if they're finished or not?
Good point. Do you think this was always supposed to be a bedroom?
I don't know. It is kind of a weird shape.
No windows either. There's no natural light in here at all.
I like it.
Freya's plants. They must not need sunlight? That's weird.
What did you find in the drawers?
Nothing. They're completely empty.
That's very weird. There's no wardrobe either.
Brushes, pencils.
They're clean, but they look pretty well used.
Do you think this was always...
I don't know.
No windows either.
Okay. Workshop. Is there a pause? Okay, I'm just gonna go into the case notes. Alright, I just really need the bathroom real quick, so I'm just gonna take a quick tea break, and I'll be right back. I'm back. I have more tea as well. Okay, so for Fifi, close friend, is also. Well, see, Flora Phillips is 58. Yet the kid said. She's 44. I was confused. Ah. She's currently in the tower. It's a workshop. Okay. Talk to this person first.
Sir? Can you hear me? I'm Private Detective Grimoire. I have some questions for you.
Grimoire. Good mysterious name. I'd rather like it. Felix Fellow at your beck and call.
And, this is my colleague, Sally.
Yeah, that's a perfectly good name as well.
Thanks.
If you would, Mr. Fellow, we really need to ask you about the murder.
I must say I'm rather jealous of you two.
Oh, yeah? Why's that?
Out here solving mysteries, exploring new places, uncovering secret rooms, hidden treasures. That's what life is all about.
Secret rooms?
Generally speaking, you know, that sort of thing.
So, Felix, what exactly do you, do?
Is it not obvious? I'm an explorer. Explorer / treasure hunter. Yes, well, best in the world.
We're talking like curse statues, spike pits.
It's a little more sophisticated than that. But I've certainly seen my share of danger, if that's what you're asking.
And, if I may ask, when did you retire?
You listen here. I may be between ventures right now, but it's simply not in my nature to stay in one place for too long. I go wherever the winds of destiny take me.
Don't you live here with your wife and daughter?
Yes, well, the Fellow family has certain loyalties, and with Flora the way she is,
Nothing wrong with raising a family, Mr. Fellow.
Don't misunderstand me. Fiona and Flora are my entire world. They are the greatest treasure of all.
Uh-huh.
Why on earth would you want to know about that?
The murder of Freya Fellow. The reason we're here?
Ah, right. Nasty business. Very unfortunate. I regret that I can't be of any help, but I wish you all the best in your investigation.
Hear that, Grimoire? We're done here. Let's go.
It's a simple question, Felix. I'm sure you're up to it.
Well, there's not much to tell. Mostly, I was in my room by myself, working on Flora's, working on a project.
Your room is quite close to Flora's tower. You didn't hear anything unusual?
What qualifies as unusual?
What have you got?
It was dusk. A feeling lingered in the air. Malevolent, perhaps. Uncertain, as life itself.
Abridged version, please.
Right, fine. I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room. The footsteps were calm, orderly, so I thought nothing of it. Shortly afterward, I heard a second set of footsteps, going the same way. This time I could tell just from the sound that something was wrong. So I looked out into the hallway. I got a glimpse of Poppy disappearing down the staircase to the floor below. Didn't know what to make of it, to be honest. I thought perhaps she'd had a disagreement with Fitz, as I know those two are close. So I looked into his room, just in case, but it was empty, as was the garden beyond his window. Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her. We went into Flora's room. Poor Freya was laying on the floor. Fiona, Poppy, Fitz, and Pointer were there already. Flora, too, of course. Soon
Blimey.
enough, everyone else made their excuses and left.
Including you?
Not I. I stayed.
Thanks for stopping by,
Flora
Silly Sausage.
needed me.
Hopefully, maybe catch you later.
Dearest Flora, a remarkable woman. Yes, been married over 20 years now.
You two still get on?
Hi, Scruffle.
Of course. What a question.
It
She
goes
hasn't gone quiet on
intriguingly.
you.
It's true she has an independent streak. She's had it her whole life. She's the youngest of three. Always something of a lone wolf, you know? Just the way she is.
Lone wolf is putting it lightly. She doesn't seem to
Been up
want
to
to
anything
talk
interesting
to
today?
anyone.
She just likes time to herself, away from the company of other humans.
Other humans?
Well, yes, other people, you know. You're the one currently basking in his presence. You tell me.
That sounds good, Scruff.
Let's move on.
My daughter Fiona, our little burgeoning genius. You've met
right.
her?
We did. She's going by Fifi these days.
So I've heard. I asked
That's
her
her
some
dad.
weeks ago, what's wrong with your real name? She told me, get this, she wanted a name with an even number of syllables. She makes up the strangest things when she's under pressure.
What makes you think she made that up?
I happen to know the
understandable.
real reason she prefers Fifi over Fiona.
Oh, yeah?
It's what Freya called her. Uncommonly skilled as an artist, but Freya was so much more than her talent. She helped me get started with my own painting, you know. It taught me what she knew about wood carving, too. Tremendous patience. She was ever so good with dear Flora.
Freya and Flora were close?
Oh, yes, especially recently.
How are you related to Freya?
Somewhat distantly, as it happens. My father, Lord Fellow, was her grandfather. Technically, that makes her a fellow. Let's just say there was some discussion over whether she ought to carry the name at all. There's a family
What?
tree in the Grand Hall. You should take a look at it.
What about her inheritance?
Freya's
Yes.
parents died when she was around 3 years old. She came to live here shortly afterwards.
Nobody left her a thing?
I'm afraid not. She had no formal claim over anything at Tangle Tower.
I'd ask what appointment, but I don't know if it's something you want to share on stream. I feel like I've maybe missed something, but you know, hopefully you're all good, or as good as you can be, etc., etc., etc.
Freya was quite
awesome.
the talent. She had a way of capturing the spirits of her subjects. Not in an evil way, in a good way.
I figured as much. Therapy is exhausting.
That's one of Freya's paintings, is it not? It's impressive, but a little miserable for my tastes. Where did you find that?
It was in the library.
Really? How odd.
Does Florin normally keep something in here?
She must do, but I admit, I've never managed to work out what.
Why not just ask her?
I feel like if somebody keeps something locked away in a ceramic egg,
That
it's
sounds
because
cool.
they don't want to be asked about it.
Rules to live by.
That looks like it might belong to Poppy. Flora's quite fond of that old thing. It's in poor shape, though.
Do you know what happened to it?
Can't say I do. Looks like Freya's paints.
Do you know why the pots are cracked down one side?
No, that's very odd. They're normally in excellent condition.
You seem pretty sure about that.
It's unlike her to leave paint on the brush.
I think we'll give her a pass, given the circumstances.
Ah, yes, so we shall.
I love the art in this game.
It would have been a beautiful painting. It's rather a shame Freya was unable to finish it.
Nothing about it seems strange to you.
Well, all these modern paintings are slightly strange, aren't they? The emotion of the piece taking over from, say, anatomical accuracy.
What about the knife in Flora's hand?
A knife? That's what you see?
You don't?
Well, as I was saying, Freya's artistic approach distorts certain shapes. Hard to say exactly what we're looking at.
I mean, I thought it was a feather, you know.
I'm as confused as you are. That looks like it might belong to Poppy. Rather ugly, isn't it, as far as statues go? Years of wind and rain have not been kind to it either.
Do you know what it is? The creature, I mean.
It's connected to the Remington family history in some way, but I can't recall. What's this?
It's my case file. It's how I know what I'm supposed to be doing.
You mean to say you're bound by the limits of what's written in this little document? Sounds dreadful.
I find it comforting.
Charming, isn't it? Yes. Built by the Remington family originally. Dear Flora's father and his associates.
But now it's owned by you? By the Fellow family?
The Fellows and the Pointers have both come to claim a certain degree of ownership.
And who named it Tangle Tower?
Flora chose the name.
What does it mean?
I think it was her intention that it mean nothing at all. Something of a fresh start.
From what?
This really isn't for me to say, but she had some kind of disagreement with her siblings. After they moved away, Flora changed the name of the house. I think perhaps she hoped it would make them feel unwelcome, yes, less likely to come back.
That's kind of extreme.
Yes, it is rather, isn't it?
Puffer fish?
Yes, it's also a lamp, for some reason.
That's a massive conch shell. Do you think there's a little crab living inside?
I hope so. It's a magic lamp. Can we summon the genie?
If we get really stuck, sure.
A hammock. It's kind of worn out.
I would politely describe it as lived in. It's a barometer, but it's broken.
I've never seen a barometer that wasn't broken. A little hand-painted statue.
How can you tell?
Well, the paints are right there on the desk. Also, I mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
Oh, hello. That's what I noticed, that the paints were different, had a different symbol on. This has the mountain on it, whereas Flora's had a river thing. Wooden carving of a man holding a sword. Yellow, blue, black and white, but it's got red on it. The red paint has somehow become blood. So that's his paint. Right. Let me see. Mountain. Or is this a little snake thing?
Nice. A real treasure chest.
How do you know there's treasure in there?
Oh, Mr. Corners.
Why else would it be locked? Plus, there's a treasure map hanging directly above it.
Dollar message.
What's the
What
deal
the
with that
hell?
painting on the front?
I don't know whether that comes through on stream, but that freaked the hell out of me. It just says dollar message. I thought they'd fix that. Tangle Tower is awesome. Tangle Tower is awesome. How you doing, Mr. Corners? You still owe me what you want your command to be?
Not sure. We should check that treasure map too.
So far, we're just collecting information. Okay, so there's a monster on the left, a mountain, an island in the background. Here, so that would be I3. North, possibly?
Nothing.
Did you check the treasure map for clues? And what about that painting on the chest itself?
Okay, it's not I3, pencil north. Sorry, it should be I4.
Still locked.
I think there's a connection between, like, there are different versions.
Could be E3. Oops. East.
That was
The
an
padlock has 3 different... just a grid reference for the map.
No, no hints. No hints. What I want from you is a command, because you redeemed a command, but you never told me what you wanted it to say. So, monster on the left, rock on the right, thing in the distance. It's like, I figured it out, but I'm just trying to figure out how the compass direction fits into it. You see, that fits perfectly, but then can't figure out the compass direction point. It's like, the monster's really close. Rock is slightly further away, but E3 East doesn't work either. E3 East.
that was
The
an
padlock has... it's just a grid reference for the map.
I3 North, because I thought it was like north as in you're facing north. I guess it could be H6 West.
that's done it.
There we go.
Neat. What was in the box?
More wooden models. These are a little different to the one on the desk.
These look like people. What was only a child with green hair? Oh, that looks like her. The what we do her. Yeah, that was like Flora. And that's like Felix. It's a bird. That's that's Flora's paint. No, Freya's paint. I keep on getting the names mixed up. That's Freya's paint.
It's a drinking horn.
Is it full of ale? Or mead, maybe?
Right now, it's just full of dust.
Oh.
The entire room is made of wood.
Oh, it's not just made of wood. I think it's the actual hull of a ship.
Interesting.
The entire room is made of wood.
Oh, it's not just... It's the actual hull of a ship.
I've been carving for a couple of years now. I was hopeless when I started, but it didn't take me long to master it, as you can see.
Do you paint them yourself too?
I do indeed, yes. Freya kindly taught me the basics. Nowadays, I can make just about anything I can imagine. Of course, this particular model is a self-portrait based on hard fact.
Hard fact, huh? So, you own a sword, Felix?
Of course. I own a great many. But my weapons are stored well away from Tangle Tower. Safety first and all that. You found it. What do you think, huh? I had to rush the final touches.
Yeah, maybe that's not him.
It turned out all right, though.
What's it supposed to be?
It's Flora, of course, surrounded by all her favorite people.
There's something about Felix's painting supplies.
I know.
Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
I know.
There's something about the image of Flora in the painting. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
So, about this paint we found in your room.
Nothing suspicious about
It could be.
I used it to paint, obviously. Totally normal thing to do.
We never said it was suspicious.
Come on then, out with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
It's not your paint pot. Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine. I even have proof. Look, the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots.
The
End
symbol
of
doesn't.
Discussion.
That's not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint. Something to prove who it actually belongs to. Let's take a closer look at this. Freya's red paint pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot.
Ah,
but
you
the
played it
lids
before
were
then.
swapped to hide it.
That red paint is from Freya Supplies, not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Why are you bothering me about paint anyway? And none of this is connected to your murder.
It has blood in it.
This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
Oh, that's definitely something. Right, fine. Here's the story. I was busy working on a project when I suddenly realized I had run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure, so I politely asked Freya if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while, you know. Perfectly reasonable request.
But she said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So, well, I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
You went into her room?
Not my proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
His cloak.
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday. I needed red to paint the final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Out of the question. It had to be red and white.
If you managed to finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end. After what happened, seemed a bit insensitive.
Fair enough. Another clue thing up here.
We spoke to your daughter Fifi. She's some kind of super intelligent scientist. You must be proud of her.
We met Felix, your husband. He's one of our suspects, and he seems pretty suspicious if you ask me. So, if you want to stick up for him, now's your chance.
Nice try.
Have you seen this book before? Do you know who it belongs to?
I really thought she was gonna say something there. What do you think of your husband's hobby?
Do you have any hobbies? You haven't seen this yet, have you?
It's a little model of you. Who were the other people next to you?
So, this painting, specifically that knife in Flora's hand.
Yeah, it's creepy. But we didn't find a knife anywhere in the room. So what's going on?
It could have been dropped out. I'm gonna go with this
It's
long
not a knife. We need a clue to compare with the painting. Something to explain what that knife shape actually is.
It could be a bird.
Let's take a closer look at this.
Ah, and it's a feather. No, it's just a feather. I said it was a feather originally. Said it doesn't look like a knife, it looks like a feather. The fact that it's got blood on it is because someone switched the paint pots. Why the paint pot had blood in it, not quite sure.
The painted knife is actually just a feather from an ink dip bird.
It's definitely the right shape, but the book's not in color. The thing Flora's holding in the painting is red and white, specifically. Is there anything to suggest that the ink dip bird is red and white too?
Yes.
This little thing? I don't understand why Felix would make a model of this bird as part of a gift for Flora. And come to think of it, why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
She really likes the birdie.
The ink dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
I'm not
She
sure where
kept
the
the
feather's
bird
gone
as a
now.
pet. And
Maybe
it
the bird died.
Maybe it flew away.
Flora spends all her time staring out the window.
Either way, she kept the feather. I think it was pretty important to her.
Where is it now?
All right. So she was holding the feather while Freya was painting her. But where is it now? You'd think she'd keep it somewhere close by.
Yeah, I think she does. Normally.
Probably
This
in
is
this
where
bird egg.
Flora usually keeps her feather.
That we opened it. It's empty.
Mm-hmm. Completely empty. Flora? She's pointing at something in the corner of the room.
It's just a pile of books. They're not. Wait, there's something tucked inside this one.
Oh, drawings of Flora and a small.
A bunch of old books, covered in dust now, but they look well read. It's so dark back there.
Somehow the sunlight doesn't seem to be making it very far into the room. The whole room has a strange feeling about it.
Yeah, there might be a reason for that.
We're at the top of the tower, right?
I think so. Why?
Doesn't matter. It's nothing. Half the room is a big open...
I don't know if you can call
It's
it
more like
the sudden absence of wall.
A little pot plant, balanced on the window ledge.
It's the only plant in the entire room.
There it is, the unfinished portrait.
So, what, Freya?
Looks that way.
There were 2 plants originally. Where's the other plant?
Half the room.
I don't know if you can
It's
call
more
it the
like-
sudden absence of wall. I like these drawings, Flora.
Is there a reason why you wanted us to see them?
This is all so intriguing. Okay, so we can't get in there yet. We'll go back and ask him.
You get a good view of the lake from here.
So the only confusing thing
These
is
drawings are quite precious.
why the ages
I'm
were different, but that
surprised
could just be
Flora
a
let
typo.
you see them.
What happened to the bird? Did it die?
I don't know. Seems likely, though, doesn't it?
I might as well go talk to the kid. So we've got some more stuffs.
Name, Felix Fellow. Age, 53. Profession, none. Likes, collecting objects of negligible monetary value and assigning them personal value. Dislikes, the inescapable realities of human existence. Notes, Felix is my father and legal guardian.
And, is he a good dad?
I have no point of comparison, but I would say no.
No? Why not?
You asked me a binary question. Do not get upset that I provided one of the 2 possible answers.
What makes him a bad father, Fifi?
He has trouble expressing his emotions, and something of a willful detachment from reality.
Huh. Just like you, then.
Grimoire.
No, he is quite correct. I believe Freya was attempting to communicate something through this painting.
Any idea
Looks
what
like
it
it was on a mood
I am
board
not
or
the person
something.
to ask. All I see is a blood-red mountain with angry storm clouds brewing above it. As such, I cannot ascertain any meaning from it whatsoever. There is a drawing of me, a drawing of Detective Hawkshaw, and a drawing of Poppy and Fitz. A wooden carving of my father, made by my father. Although, now that I look at it, I do not understand how he was able to paint the red parts without any red paint. It is a model of Freya, made by my father.
A model of Flora, you mean?
And a man with a beard. And a little red and white creature.
Why would my father make a model of Freya?
I wonder if
Freya
Freya's
drew
actually...
these.
Yeah, I think so. There's a note on the back.
But she never showed them to me.
Well, I think it was a gift for your mother, like a private thing between Freya and Flora.
Oh, that feeling of being completely left out. Alright, we've got to go and look at the family tree again in the hallway.
What is that?
I think it's a family tree.
Okay, so Freya's here. So if Remington owned the house originally, then Flora and Felix, Fiona, that explains why she's an heir. But then why isn't Poppy also an heir? Because there's 2 daughters there, and there's a Richard as well. So Felix, and then Fitz, so Fitzroy and Fiona and Poppy. There's a Penelope. So all of those similar ages, maybe? So I guess related by blood on that side, but yeah, interesting. Okay. Yeah, there's eggs everywhere.
Stairs.
Okay, so there was an outside place we can have a look at, but I need to look again. I'm really sorry. It's the problem with hydrating is, so I'm just going to leave the map up for a moment. I'll be right back. There we go. Hockey dogs. So I want to have a look at the outside place that we didn't get to go to. There we go. You got the right command this time. Who is this?
Whoa. Nice cape.
You're not fellows or pointers. I'm sure I shall immediately regret asking. But who are you, and what is your business here?
I'm Sally, and this is my sidekick Grimoire.
A private detective, Grimoire.
Really? You're a detective. If this is a joke, it's not a good one.
Who are you, anyway?
Private Detective Hawkshaw.
Oh, so
Nice. Hawkshaw's a cooler name than Grimoire. Maybe I'll become her
There's a sketch of
sidekick.
that.
You're not on the Freya Fellow case, too, are you?
That is classified information between myself and my client. Clearly, this is something which eludes you. But a real detective refrains from handing out informations to persons unknown.
Oh, right.
Now, if you would, I have work to do. It's not in my interest to discuss personal details.
Even if you're one of the suspects in a murder?
Very well. Let us make a small exception. Ask.
Oh, what are you doing here?
I'm on a case at the behest of my client.
How long have you been at Tangle Tower?
133 hours. 5.5 days.
Who are you working for?
I am not at liberty to answer that. Now, I shall permit you one more question.
What crime are you...
How'd you get that scar? It's cool.
You really think so?
There we go. I added your command. Done.
As it happens, I completed an examination of Flora's room on the morning before the murder. I've been investigating every single room at Tangle Tower. Hers was one of the last on my list.
Did you find anything unusual?
Nothing but a thin layer of dust and an atmosphere of somber melancholy.
Was Flora in there at the time?
She spent the duration of my search staring up at the sky, out the open window. Didn't say a word, although I'm told this is the expected behavior.
What did you do after that?
I spent the early evening searching the library. It took longer than it should have. Fiona leaves that room in a permanent state of disarray.
Fiona was in the library too?
I expected her to make an appearance, but she did not.
And you stayed in the library the rest of the day?
Not quite. Towards the
Hi,
end
Lady
of the
McGree.
evening, my examination of the library was unexpectedly disrupted. Sounds of running, wailing, shouting from several floors above. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared. He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. Our eyes met. He was breathless. Something had caused him great alarm. He told me to stay out of the way. I consented. I decided to return to my office in the stone square. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. She was clutching the
Okay,
banister
Scrub.
of the Pointer staircase with an apprehensive manner. She wished to know where Professor Pointer had gone. I told her what had transpired. Then, she too crossed the hall and disappeared up the fellow staircase. More so than at any moment prior,
Thanks for doing the
I
shout
felt
out, Scrub.
like quite
Scruff.
an intruder in the house. I took my leave, out towards the stone square. The grounds were silent. There were no signs of human life.
Points to spare,
Even
always
the
good.
greenhouse was without its typical inhabitant. I noted that he, too, must be entangled in whatever was transpiring in Fellow Tower. An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance. He spoke to me of what had occurred. His report was as clumsy and cumbersome as the man giving it.
Did he seem upset?
He was rattled, that much was clear, but sorrowful, mournful, I cannot say.
That is also added Scruff. I just need to
Towards
do the
the
beginning
early
of that.
evening, my examination of the library was unexpectedly disrupted. Sounds of running,
60 more
wailing,
commands.
shouting from several floors above. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared. He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. Our eyes met. He was breathless. Something had caused him great alarm. He told me to stay out of the way. I consented. I decided to return to my office in the stone square. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope
Right, that's where I caught up with. Okay, cool.
Quite the stoic statue, isn't she? I can only dream of being as cold and indifferent as Flora Fellow.
You think she's hiding something?
Perhaps. She has some strange habits. I heard
So
she
she's not
barely
here to
sleeps,
investigate
an
the
hour
Moida.
here or there, sporadically. Spends the rest of her time staring up at the sky. Did you get anything useful out of him?
Not sure. What about you?
Nothing worth committing to paper.
I think he knows more than he lets on.
Probably. But talking with him is so tedious. Considerably intelligent, and her powers of observation are enviable. But she has no ambition. No focus.
In her defense, she's still a teenager.
Barely.
Still a teenager, though.
314 cases solved. 314.
Pedestrian? Oh, is that the new Game Pass game, Jesse? Also, hi, Jesse.
Freya Fellow is of great interest to me.
Really
I
need to sort
perceived her
out
to
my
be the most
request queue.
intelligent individual here at Tangle Tower. Within a day, she had identified for whom I was working and for what I was searching. I didn't know how she did it. I was impressed. I regret that I did not question her more thoroughly when I had the opportunity.
Thanks,
You
Griff.
couldn't have known she was about to be killed, though.
I have only
How are you
myself
doing?
to blame for failing to perceive the signs.
What signs?
I do not wish to do your job for you, Detective.
No, but you can share what you've seen, surely.
Tangle Tower. No idea why they insist on calling it that. It's not even a tower. It's little more than a pair of turrets stuck on either side of a mansion.
Have you searched the whole place?
I believe so. Why?
At the moment, there's only 3 people
He
leaking.
wants to know if you found any secret rooms.
Huh. I'm afraid the
I haven't
residents
added
of
any
Tangle
more,
Tower are
'cause
far too ordinary for anything like that. I was disappointed too.
They won't.
You truly consider this a case file?
What's wrong with it?
No organization, no system.
That's my style. I like seeing everything laid out at once. Yeah, it helps me think.
How quaint. Have you deciphered the meaning of those 4 symbols on the harp?
We're working on it.
That's a no then.
Something to do with the bells, the birds, a piano, possibly.
Where'd you
and
dig
something
that
else.
up?
It wasn't buried. It was underwater.
Someone trying to conceal evidence, perhaps? Conveniently left anonymous. It's useless
No,
until
that's
you can
fine.
prove
I
to
know
whom
you
it
don't like
concerns.
shout-outs, so I
Can
have
you
not.
do that?
No?
No. Makes quite an impression, doesn't it? Although I can't imagine why she painted Flora wielding a knife.
She didn't. It's a
You didn't see a
feather.
knife anywhere in Flora's room, did you?
I did not. I conclude whatever stabbed Freya must have been brought into the room from outside. Unless, of course, it was the painting itself.
Surely you don't believe in that kind of thing.
A detective's job is to examine every avenue of thinking. The paint is still wet.
Yeah, well, we know Freya was in the middle of painting when she was killed.
Do you know that? How? Because you were told? Paints?
Yep.
Paints.
Mm-hmm.
A somewhat cumbersome device, and an altogether inefficient way to listen to music.
What kind of music do you like, Hawkshaw?
I like anything.
What a cop-out.
I believe
She's
that
a
was in
cheesy pop
Flora's
girl.
room yesterday, but it was not cracked when I saw it last. You got it open. I'm impressed. I managed it myself yesterday. I thought Flora might be hiding something in there.
It was empty yesterday, too.
It was. Perhaps it's always been empty. A book
hiding
from the
what?
library. One of hundreds, no doubt. What makes this one
So she's
special?
looking for something that's small
It's
enough that
about
would fit in an
birds.
egg.
Yes, I see that.
Something that's small enough that
I
would fit in
admit,
an egg. That's
it's
been
powerful.
stolen, clearly.
Freya was a talented young woman.
Someone even liked it enough to take a photo of it.
Now, we don't know why they took the photograph, do we? Perhaps they just
yet.
wanted it for reference.
When did Freya draw the picture of you, Hawkshaw?
I didn't model for her, if that's what you're asking. She must have done it without my permission.
Could just be from memory. It's not quite as detailed as the others anyway.
I'd tell him not to quit his day job. But he hasn't got one, has he? These figurines remind me of a case I once solved involving a possessed doll.
Ooh.
Turned out to be a bit of a smokescreen, as these things often do.
I really
Your
want
life
like a
sounds fun.
prequel with Hawkshaw and the
Grimoire,
possessed
why
doll.
don't we ever have fun adventures like that?
Are we not having a fun adventure?
I mean, I'm loving
right
this
at
game
this
so
very
far.
moment?
I really, really am loving this game so far.
Does
Hopefully everyone else is
Flora
too.
still own that bird? Do you know?
Don't think so. The drawings are from a few years ago.
I see.
These plants are giving off a relaxing smell.
I didn't know we were supposed to be smelling things. There's a metal plaque on the bench.
Is there a message engraved on it?
I think there was at one point, but someone scratched it off.
Is that a clock?
If it is, it's a clock with 4 faces.
I'm guessing it doesn't tell the time.
So what does it do?
I'm just gonna say that this one looks like balls. Right, that says 3. 9. 2. 12. There we go.
I got it.
I'm impressed. What's in the box?
A little tool thing? But I'm not actually sure what it is.
Well, it's a telescope. Small lens.
A wooden trunk that opens up into a full desk.
That sounds awesome.
I want one.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you about small lens.
This belongs to you, Hawkshaw?
Correct.
And...
So yes, hopefully everyone's also enjoying
what is
this.
It's my handheld microscope for up-close investigation work.
What do you magnify with it?
Trace particles, dust, oils, clothing fibers.
Have you used it here at Tangle Tower?
I have. I used it to examine the greenhouse only 2 days ago.
What were you looking for?
That is between myself and my client.
It's Tangle Tower. Or at least it's the mansion at the base of Tangle Tower.
A pointless little stone tower.
I don't know.
Want to play hide and seek?
I could be persuaded.
It's a sea serpent, turned into stone by a wizard.
If you say so. What happened to its head?
Beheaded. By the same wizard. Looks like it might be about to fall apart. Grimoire, you go first.
You ever see a mushroom that big before?
Not in real life.
A giant glowing gemstone full of plants.
AKA a greenhouse.
I'm going to inspect the greenhouse.
This one's in a little pot.
Okay, that is definitely not edible.
It looks like a gemstone, don't you think?
Blue soil.
That's a handsome beetle. Looks like he might have magic powers.
Is that fruit? It's shaped like fruit.
Too shiny to be fruit. I think it's glowing a little too.
Safe to eat, do you think?
I'm gonna say no.
Is that fruit?
Too shiny to
I think
be
it's
glowing.
safe.
I'm gonna say no. Hanging baskets.
To you, maybe.
You're only 2 inches taller than me.
2 inches makes
All
it's
the difference.
glass, but I can't see through it.
Total oxymoron.
I am not.
A little chart of... actually, I have no idea what it's about.
It sort of looks like the same.
Kinda reminds me of a periodic table. Kinda reminds me of a periodic table.
Yeah, it looks a little bit like symbols that were on that drawing.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
In the kids' room.
Sally, don't move. We're being watched.
With all the faces
Yeah, I
with
see 'em.
symbols on that as well.
He's a little too big to hide in the bushes. Is anyone going to say anything? Or shall we just stand around staring at each other?
Right, sorry.
Sorry.
That's better. I'm Sally. And the guy hiding behind me is Detective Grimoire. Who are you?
Fitzfellow, the
Oh,
gardener.
that fits. I thought it was the
Mhm.
gardener.
And why are you so tall?
This is the gardener.
I don't know.
So he's the one that had the picture of the rose.
You work here as the gardener.
I don't get paid to do it. It's just my area of interest.
What's the deal with the plants? They're all kinda weird.
Right. Did you see the lake?
That giant green and purple lake surrounding the entire house? Yeah, I clocked it.
The color is just a byproduct.
Of what? Poison?
It's not poisonous. Not to you.
What's this got to do with the plants?
The water controls all life, just like anywhere else on the planet. Clouds form, rain falls. The water grows the plants, animals eat the plants. Anything you've perceived as an irregularity is simply a result of this hydrological cycle.
Could you say that again, but like condense it as if you were talking to a slightly stupid person?
Our lake water causes the unpredictable alteration of DNA, sometimes.
Alteration? Like mutation?
That'd be the official term. For us, it's normal. Just nature.
And you're the local expert on all this stuff?
No, I'm just the gardener. I was in my greenhouse, watering and weeding.
Sounds exciting.
Was anyone else around?
Not at first. Penelope came in a little later. She likes looking at the flowers, I think.
Did you speak to each other?
A little, not too much. We both left the greenhouse in the early afternoon. I went up to my room. Then I came back outside to weed the main gardens. Didn't see anyone else. After that, I went up to the garden outside my room.
And?
Let me guess. Watering and weeding.
Right.
Did anything happen to you yesterday, Fitz?
I was up in the rooftop garden. It was quiet. And then, it wasn't. I can't describe it. Could have been a scream, but it didn't sound human. We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
We?
Poppy was with me. Did I not mention that? Flora's room was locked. That's normal. She usually locks it from the inside. I knocked on the door and shouted. Nobody
That's
responded.
why the door's on the floor.
We became concerned.
You kicked the door down?
I did. Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back. Flora was there too, but I barely noticed her at first. Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too. Penelope arrived shortly after that, with Felix in tow. I thought that was odd. You don't normally see the two of them together. Felix took charge. There was nothing else I could do to help. I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything. I found her pacing back and forth around the stone square. When I approached her, she snapped at me. I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent. She was always kind to me. She'd come into the greenhouse when I was working, sometimes by herself, sometimes with Poppy. I think they were just bored at first. Eventually, they started asking questions.
About what?
Poppy wanted to learn about flowers. Freya, she used to ask me about the insects.
Insects?
One of my jobs is to protect plants from things that might eat them. Freya brought me this little glass box, leaves and twigs inside. She'd say, put all the troublemakers in there. Every day I'd put a handful of beetles and other things in the box. Then she'd come along and take it away. I didn't really understand her, but she was always kind. Fifi doesn't like me.
What did you do?
I'm not sure. If you find out, maybe you can let me know. Felix is a contradiction. His loyalties are placed firmly within the realm of materialism, money, property. But his ego relies on an entirely fraudulent self-image, don't you think?
I was just about to say the same thing.
I like Flora. I hope she's all right.
Do you think she had anything to do with the murder?
There's no way. She wouldn't willingly cause any additional suffering for anyone. She questioned me.
About what?
My work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she didn't.
You sure? Maybe she did it when you weren't in there.
No, she hasn't touched it.
How can you tell?
Trust me, I can tell.
Have you met this guy, Fitz? Shifty eyes, doesn't say a lot. Totally suspicious, if you ask me.
That's me.
Yeah, that's... It was a joke. I was joking.
Oh, I see. This is a good example of how things work. I mix that soil here in the greenhouse. It's made with water from the lake.
And it makes the fruit grow all shiny and gem-stony?
Sometimes. You never really know what's going to happen.
And what do you do with this shiny, inedible fruit?
You look at it.
You ever seen this before, Fitz?
No, but I don't normally go into Fifi's room.
That's not where we found it.
Oh, I just thought it looks like it belongs to her. Did Freya draw these?
Yeah. There's a note on the back, too.
She was even closer to Flora than I realized. Penelope knows about birds. You should ask her instead.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about something. There's a plant mentioned on this page, see? Do you have any? In the greenhouse?
No, I don't grow that anymore. I've tried, in the past. It's incredibly difficult, even for me. I could never get it to live more than a couple of weeks. It's an egg, with feet.
It was locked, but we opened it, but it was empty.
Fun story. Nice painting. Gives you a pretty good idea of the layout.
The lake looks like it forms a perfect circle around the island.
It might seem strange to you, but nature is quite capable of producing perfectly geometric forms.
And those mountain cliff things around the outside?
We don't know much about them. They're unscalable. Not even Freya could have gone up there.
What's that?
This painting, it's speculative. There are no photographs from this angle as far as I know.
So Freya just made it up.
Let's call it an informed estimation. Who gave you that information?
Well...
We don't actually know who it was. We were contacted anonymously.
I see. And what happens if the person who contacted you turns out to be the murderer?
I never thought about that.
Honestly, that would be kind of fun. Like a twist, you know?
It's of no interest to me, but I overheard Poppy and Freya talking about it once.
What were they saying?
They were arguing about something, but I can't remember the details. How odd.
What do you think that is in Flora's hand?
I don't know. It does look like a knife, but Flora wasn't holding anything at all when I saw her, after the murder. But there's something bothering me. Something else.
What?
When we went into Flora's room, she wasn't standing in this position.
Well, she probably would have moved around a little bit by then.
She wasn't standing at all. She was kneeling on the floor. There's something off about this.
What is it?
Why don't you take another look at Flora's room?
You think we missed a clue up there?
Not exactly. Paints are different to flowers.
I'd say so, yeah.
At any time, flowers can bloom with perfect, faultless colors. Red, blue, white. With paint, once you've tainted a color by mixing it with others, not even the most skilled painter can return it to its pure form. Freya's best work, in my opinion. Although, the photo doesn't carry the same energy as the real thing.
What do you think it's a painting of?
What do you mean?
Everyone keeps on
Like,
saying that, Lady
what's
McGree.
the subject matter? What's that big red thing?
Oh, I don't think it's that kind of painting.
Fitz, one of these drawings is of you in the rooftop garden, I think, with Poppy.
Mm-hmm. Are we done?
I could ask about all the things, but I think we're
Fitz's
just
room
gonna
is unlocked. It's up in the fellow tower.
be sporadic.
This could be interesting.
We'll go in a minute. I haven't finished looking in here.
Tools. Used by a gardener for gardening.
It's glad.
Total
I am not.
Bit of a decadent flooring choice for a greenhouse. Bags of soil.
It's so blue.
Okay. I'm just wondering. Let's have a quick.
It's a big stone die.
Biggest one I've ever First one too.
What's Kerr about?
I'll say this. He's well suited to physical labor.
That's a nice way to
7
put it.
completions so
Fitz
far this
spends most of
year.
his time alone in the greenhouse.
Blimey.
But I heard
Done
he's been
one.
breeding experimental flowers in secret.
Whoa, scandal.
I just wonder if he's getting restless.
Interesting. Right. Go and explore Fitz's room, and there's a garden as well, which we might be able to get to. And then we should go see the other side of the tower. Got Poppy, Penelope, and Pointer. Oh my god, this is such a depressing room.
Oh, wow.
What?
It's a big empty space. An empty glass and an empty plate.
Looking at it is making me want to cry.
Hi, Steve.
Why?
I don't know. Hello.
Not hidden very well, is it?
Doesn't need to be. It's locked.
Doesn't necessarily need to be hidden either.
It's a combination lock. Sort of.
Hi, y'all. I am doing okay. Actually. I don't know how we tell which one's which, though. No, except they're all slightly different. Yes, thank you, Scruff. Okay, so those two are right. I'm just going to figure out. That's about right. So then. Good rock.
That's done it.
Neat.
Oh no, they're not the puzzle pieces, they're just clues. So
Anything in there?
that was fine.
Yeah, it's wrapped in a cloth. Hold on. Huh. That's kind of ominous.
Oh, PPNFF. That's because it's a present. That's why it's probably hidden.
Doesn't look soft. It's a little handmade card. Someone's drawn a heart on the front. Inside it says, "To Fitz, from PP."
That poor plant.
Looks pretty healthy to me.
Healthy, but sad. I think it would rather be outside.
There's someone outside the window.
Something outside the window. It's probably just a rock.
You sure? It's locked, but it leads outside.
I thought we were halfway up a tower.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
Nothing. Still locked.
The tiles have all got that same sun symbol.
Those moon symbols in the
Maybe
slot.
they're connected.
It's a camel? Oh, the rock outside.
It's
Maybe
not.
the information we need is
So where is it?
somewhere else.
Okay.
Let's
We'll
come,
come
back
back.
once we know.
We can't get outside yet. But we could go ask Fitz about the trowel.
This is yours, Fitz?
Yeah,
Do you use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
That wasn't what she asked.
That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
We really need to go talk to Poppy.
That belongs to Poppy.
So why is it up in Flora's tower?
I'm not sure. That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
I think I've models.
That's quite sweet, really. That's quite sweet. Felix made that? Huh.
Music room. Pretty.
Are they paper lanterns?
Whatever they are, I like them. It's like a little parade of floating spirits.
Oh, whatever it is, it's playing a little trumpet.
While it is the music room, he's got to practice.
What's with all the broken glass?
Shiny statue of a strange creature holding a large horn. There's a notable crack running along the length of the statue's horn. Why is everything cracked? Inside the horn on the ground, various shards of cracked glass.
All right, you got your wish.
Spooky murder mansion?
Spooky murder mansion. There's a faded mural on the wall.
When I was a kid, I never knew the difference between a mural and a mosaic.
One is paint, one is tile.
You still don't know, do you?
No,
Sheet music. It's handy.
that's a lot of notes. Looks pretty difficult.
Probably why they're on the floor. It's one of those big pianos with the open lids.
Grand.
Don't touch it.
Why not?
Might be haunted.
One old wooden bookcase.
With
Yep.
candles.
25 dry old books.
Spooky murder mansion, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
4 lit candles.
Yeah.
Am I the only one seeing the problem? There's a faded mural.
When I was a kid, I never...
You still don't know, do you?
No.
This has got to be Poppy.
Are you a ghost?
Sally! That's rude! Unless she is a ghost.
It may come as a disappointment, but I am alive.
Ah,
That makes you a suspect, I'm afraid.
I know.
what's your name?
My name is
Poppy.
Poppy. I'm a pointer. And a pianist.
We'll need to ask you a few questions about
Lots of
Freya.
bees.
I know.
Hey, you're pretty good.
All in the wrist. And 13 years of dedicated practice. I'm just me. There's nothing to know.
How are you related to the other pointers?
My father is Percival Pointer. The professor spends most of his time hidden away in his tower. Barely speaks to anyone these days. Especially not the fellows.
Do you get on with the fellows?
2 of them. Fifi and Freya are my closest friends. We all turned 19 last year.
Do
What
people
about
ever
Felix?
leave Tangle Tower? I don't mean to be rude. It's just, if you're 19...
You don't have to answer that, Poppy.
It's a fair question. I'd like to move away. Definitely. Fifi, Freya, and I would often talk about it, argue about it. Freya wanted to leave, but Fifi... Things are more complicated for her.
What about now?
After what happened,
Fifi did it.
I really don't want to stay here much longer. 3.5 hours of piano practice. Soon as I wake up. Same as always.
3.5. Does that not hurt your hands?
I hated
Sure.
doing music practice
And
when I was a
you
kid.
do this in the music room?
No, I prefer to practice in my room. When I make mistakes, I like to make them in private.
What did you do after that?
I was supposed to meet Fifi in the library, but I totally forgot. When I finally got down there, she'd already gone. I checked her bedroom, but it was locked.
Was Fifi not in there?
No idea. She keeps her door locked either way. So I went back upstairs and out into the moonlight garden.
The what?
The little garden on the roof outside my room.
Was it just you up
they
there?
share a garden.
No. Fitz came outside after a while. His room's on the other side. He's been teaching me about flowers.
So, did you talk to him?
Not really.
You ignored each other.
I didn't say that. Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds. I've been trying to decide how to describe it, but I'm struggling. It was like something drilling into a piece of metal, but different. Worse. I was pretty sure it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there to check. Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. I knew Freya and Flora were both supposed to be in there, so I made Fitz kick down the door. I went inside. Freya was lying on the floor.
Flora was in the room too?
Yeah. I think she realized what had happened at the same moment I did. I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi. Her door was still locked, but I knocked and shouted at her. Eventually, she let me in. The lights were off.
There was another plant
but
on the
I could
window,
see
so
she'd already
something.
been crying. I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry. First time I've ever seen her angry. I dragged her out into the hall. My father was there too, for some reason. The three of us went back up to
He
Flora's
saw
tower.
something.
Then
We'll
Felix
talk to him
arrived.
next.
He had Penny with him. Fifi had this idea. She wanted to do some kind of scientific test. She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes. After she was done, she went back upstairs and I went back to my room.
That's it?
That's it. Needless noise from tongues expel, unless within the mouth they dwell. The spoken word, unfit for dealing.
This is a really compelling story. I'm
Stand unblinking
really,
in the face of
really
taciturn
enjoying this game.
and soundless space. Foregone drifter, holding fast. Days as shadow seeker past. Is it bravery or surrender? Accepting that your world will
Gonna need
render
some more tea soon.
nothing darker than the gloom. Some four walls make round a room. Between the lips a silver spoon, a story written all too soon. The chosen dwelling of her heart, unjustly chosen to depart. Lost her liberation lays in the center of a maze. With surging tide, the waves are thrown, an entity of all its own. But on its surface you may see, reflected in the waters be, the orchestrator, pale and still, pulling strings, enacting will. Hard of head, but free of mind, unimprisoned, unconfined. With starry eyes, she sees behind our walls, beneath our pond. A soul untied, it's hers, it's free. Was then, is now, will ever be. Softly does the flower grow, all in time, and time is slow. Rest a seed within the earth, but do not rush its gentle birth. Hour by hour, day by day, tune your heart to nature's way.
Interesting.
That's me. I'm on a list of murder suspects. Always thought that would be kind of cool, but it's just tedious.
Falls a little short, doesn't it?
So there are 2 families living in Tangle Tower?
Mhm.
3.
3 pointers and 5 fellows. 4 fellows.
What's the connection between them?
There isn't one. Not really. It was all built by the Remington family. Flora is a Remington, originally. So was Primrose, my mother. She married into the Pointers, and Flora married into the Fellows.
So, the Fellows and the Pointers own the house now?
Flora owns the house. Depending on who you ask, that means her husband Felix owns it too.
What about your father?
His claim over the house kind of fell apart after my mother left.
Where's your mother now?
No idea. There's something I noticed about Freya's knife wound.
Hit me.
From what we could tell, the blade went in at an exact right angle, perpendicular to Freya's body. And there's only one small pool of blood. Nothing on Freya's hands, or anywhere else. The whole thing is just a little too peaceful. Is that a gardening trowel?
Yeah. I think it belongs to Fitz.
Really? Huh. Never seen him use it. How sweet. It was my mother's originally.
So, why is it up in Flora's room?
She just gets the most use out of it. Freya would borrow it too sometimes.
Does this belong to you, Poppy?
Now that's not really my style, is it?
But who else would own a tape like this?
Literally anybody? This is mine.
Really?
No, well, yes, it was. I gave it to Freya about a year ago.
What was on it?
Nothing. It was blank. Freya said she wanted to record something.
Any idea how it ended up underwater?
Maybe someone wanted to destroy it, but got really lazy.
What do you make of the statue?
I know that's the only harp in the whole of Tangle Tower. I've never actually seen a real one.
Maybe it's from before your time.
Oh, definitely. You see how old this statue is?
Birds,
What about the
bells,
symbols?
something to
One
do
of
with
them looks
voices
like
and a
piano keys.
piano.
Yeah, weird. Don't look at me. I didn't break it.
Does anybody else use the music room?
Yes. I don't know who, but I can tell when somebody else has touched the piano. What was inside?
Nothing.
Huh. Hey, that's me. Not a bad likeness.
It looks like you're standing in a rose bush.
Is there something wrong with that? I think everybody sees something different.
Did Freya ever tell you what she saw in it?
Not exactly. She said something about it being from a recurring nightmare.
Sorry, but if it was from a nightmare, why would you paint it and leave it in front of your bed?
Maybe she wanted to take control of it. Giving something a physical form can make it easier to deal with. Well, sometimes. When I first saw it, I thought it looked like Flora was holding a knife, with blood on the tip.
You don't think that anymore?
No, it was a stupid thing to say. The room was dark. I was in shock. I'm just an idiot.
But it was blood on the tip. If you hadn't said anything, maybe Fifi wouldn't have checked.
Exactly. It's stupid.
But we would have missed out on an important clue.
Is it a clue? Really? Tell me how it's a clue. Tell me how it helps. Nothing about the knife makes any sense. It's just freaking everyone out. Wish I'd never said anything.
I really feel for her. I will fill in the rest of the questions on
All
people.
right.
later.
Poppy's bedroom is unlocked.
I wonder what's in there.
Let's go there later. But yeah, there's something to do with this and the music room and something to do with these.
Are they?
Whatever they like, a little parade of.
Possibly. We're gonna go talk to the professor. I'm just gonna very quickly have a tea break. And I'll be right back. flick. And back. Let's go see the professor. At least unlock all the people, I think. Astronomy tower. Ah, he's got a telescope. Okay.
You know,
The nosy
I've
first.
always wanted one of those.
A mechanical solar system? What would you do with it?
I would look at it.
Wait a minute. Earth in the middle, sun on the outside. How old is this thing?
Ooh, this could make a something. I don't think I have
Just
enough.
gonna rest my brain.
I don't think I can solve that yet.
A Spyglass to the Stars. Volumes 1 to 12.
Oh, itchy ankle.
They're in very good condition. Pretty. There's something kinda disappointing about this room. I just expected a bit more from an astronomy tower.
Oh, does it not compare to all the other astronomy towers you've been to? It's tidier than my desk. Oh, the notebook is untouched. It's completely blank.
So, even the most well-used notebooks start off blank.
It's tidier than my desk. Oh, the
So,
notebook.
even the most well-used
A picture frame.
with no picture.
It's a chart of the solar system. Which planet are you from, Sally? It's a chart of the solar... Which planet are you... it's too cloudy.
It's also daytime.
Let's at least introduce us.
Always a good roll. You know, I would look at it.
I feel like there's a message in there.
I'll do this
somewhere.
later.
Shh, listen. Do you hear them? The stars. They're whispering. So quiet and
He's
yet
got a book on his head.
so loud.
What are they whispering about? Are they spreading rumors about us?
I shouldn't think they concern themselves with such insignificance. We are but specks of dust, you and I.
Mm-hmm. Could this speck of dust start by telling me his name?
You find yourself standing in the astronomy tower of one Professor Percival Pointer.
Seems like this tower belongs to the Pointers, and the other one belongs to the Fellows.
Well observed, my dear. Tangle Tower is something of a duality, as it happens. Meaningless boundaries, really. They exist only in our minds.
Helpful.
Me? Not much to say. Strictly speaking, I'm the current head of the Pointer family. And of course, father to my precious Poppy.
And a professional astronomer?
Oh no, that's just a little hobby. I mean, yes, I've studied the stars for over 35 years, published 17 books.
Just a little hobby.
Sounds like you're quite well known. You must bring in a good amount of money.
Oh dear me, no. My field of research has never yielded any kind of stable financial return, nor would I expect it to. I am nothing but a humble interpreter for the cosmos, working to translate its message so that I may share it with the world.
Cool. Tell the Cosmos I say hi.
The day began as any other, with blissful, unremarkable routine. I took my usual morning walk around the gardens. Fresh air does wonders for the mind.
Did you see anyone else?
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse together. I didn't bother them, of course. I sat for a while besides the pond in the garden. It's a favorite spot of mine. Eventually, I returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear, naturally.
For how long?
Penelope
I can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
Did you see anything?
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy tower. Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to Freya.
Quite. Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a curious tug of fate led me towards the fellow tower later that evening. I was at my telescope for the majority of the evening, but at one point I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it. I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall. I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library. She looked impatient and slightly frustrated.
Same as ever then?
Quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to Fiona's room. The door was locked, but I could hear shouting coming from inside. I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter. I had no desire to invade their privacy by eavesdropping, so I waited for them to finish and come out into the hall. Before I could ask about the book,
I thought he'd
Poppy grabbed my
seen
hand and took
something.
me upstairs along with Fiona.
He needed a book.
It was apparent that both of them had already been crying about something. We went up to Flora's tower. Freya was laying on her back, right in the middle of the room. Flora and Fitz were already there. They both looked stoic as ever. Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did, and then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything you could have done to help?
Don't take this the wrong
Hello!
way, but the whole ordeal is fellow family
Hello,
business.
hello.
I'm
Thank
quite
you
sure
so
they
much for
don't
the
need me getting in
raid.
the
How was
way at a time
Bouncy
like
Bullet?
that.
And Happy New Year.
A listless soul drifting through the ether.
What's wrong with her?
Not sure. She's always been troubled. Comes from a dysfunctional family. I'd say you could ask her about it, but I think you might find that to be a bit of a
Welcome
dead
in,
end.
Raiders. I am Joe, otherwise known as Angel SK. We're playing Tangle
He
Tower
should
today,
learn
trying to solve a
make the
moida.
most of his lot in life, and he does have a lot in life.
You're talking about money?
Among other things, but yes, he currently has agency over a small fortune. That is, if he hasn't already squandered it or lost it.
You two don't get on?
Oh no, we're the best of friends.
That's sarcasm.
Ah yes, the heiress of Tangle Tower. Goodness knows what'll happen when she takes charge. I dare say she'll confiscate my telescope and replace it with a microscope.
She doesn't seem to be the type to impress her will on others.
Still, keep an eye on her. Dangerously intelligent, that one.
You sound jealous. Wait, are you two science rivals?
Oh no, we operate on very different wavelengths. Literally. What do you want me to say? He's the gardener.
He's a member of the family.
Yeah, but not the Pointer family.
What happened to his parents, do you know?
His father, Flint, is Felix's brother. Strange man. Don't think anybody knows what happened to him, but he certainly doesn't live here anymore.
What about his mother?
Emily? I've not met her. She never actually married into the fellow family. Her relationship with Flint was, it was short-lived. My Poppy, my pride and joy. Exceptionally talented pianist from a young age. Hold on. Why is she on your list of suspects?
Because she's a suspect.
Oh no, I can personally vouch for her innocence. She'd never... Well, the truth is, she loved Freya very dearly.
If you don't mind me asking, what happened to Poppy's mother?
Primrose? She was Flora's sister, a Remington by birth. The playing field has never really been even since she left.
Where did she go?
Away. She went away. Hard to read, that one, but she seems to know what she's doing.
She's kind of mean.
You know, I simply assumed all detectives were sharp, rigorous, and thorough. Then, of course, I met you. Nobody could deny her talent. She was remarkable, artistically gifted, but also highly intelligent.
Those two things aren't mutually exclusive, you know.
Was she ever interested in astronomy?
I don't think she was. The fault may well lie with me for failing to inspire her. But I think she was captivated by more tangible things here on Earth. My daughter loved her. Fiona, too. That said,
once we've
in the
met
last
everyone, we'll
year
go
or
back
so,
to
more
Fifi's
and more
room.
I've begun to notice her by herself, wandering the gardens at the most peculiar hours. She must have explored every inch of the grounds 100 times over. Quite a restless spirit, I think. I'm surprised she chose to live at Tangle Tower as long as she did.
So which one is Tangle Tower?
What's that?
There are two towers, right? Flora's tower and your astronomy tower.
Neither? Truly, I have no idea. You'd have to ask Flora.
She named the house?
The whole thing is a result of her squabbling with her family.
With Felix, you mean? Her husband?
No, her brother and sister, and her father. The Remington family was a rather tumultuous little unit, you see. I don't think Flora has spoken with any of them in over a decade. Not exactly a wealth of information, is it?
It's enough.
A very old statue indeed. I'd recommend you leave it well alone. The poor fellow's in bad enough shape as it is. Where on earth did you find that?
It was in a bush outside. I think someone threw it away.
How peculiar. I find that painting to be in rather bad taste.
Oh, yeah?
The knife with real blood on it? The whole thing is rather vulgar. Freya was well acquainted with the abstract, I'll say that much.
What does it look like to you?
To me, it's a big, red thing.
What a fascinating interpretation.
He's right, though. It is a big red thing.
Curious creature, isn't it? Some sort of amphibious bipedal fishman.
Playing a trumpet.
Playing a trumpet, yes. Oh, you found a murder weapon?
Steady on. It's just a gardening trowel.
Looks like a weapon to me. Fitz seems rather keen to grow things like this in his greenhouse, doesn't he?
What's wrong with that?
Well, you can't eat it. Makes you wonder why he bothers at all.
'Cause it's pretty.
What's this?
It looks like it might be a telescope. Thought you might know something about it.
Well, it certainly is a telescope. It has a part there to screw onto a tripod, you see. It's rather small, though. I'm not sure you could see many stars with it.
No, probably not.
Yes, very nice. Where is that bird of Flora's? It's been a while since I've seen it. These were drawn by Freya. She must have drawn that one of Hawkshaw rather recently.
I guess.
This looks a little rushed, even by Felix's standards.
At least he tried.
Yes, I suppose it's good for the old fellow to have a hobby. Keeps his mind from decaying, you know.
Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos.
Okay,
You
let's
know,
try on this.
I would look at it.
See if we can figure out. Okay, so rotate the 5 planets. It's gotta make some sort of message do we maybe have to black out the whole thing?
Nothing.
So there are 2 ways to move the shadows. Rotate the planets, and rotate the sun and moon.
Yeah, so it's either a rotate everything thingamabobby. Drawful? Possibly Drawful? Drawful 2? I know that's a game that I've played. It's standalone as a buggy achievement, you know. So do we think... Oh, hang on. I think... You have to make the, shadows. Match up with the things. And I mean, I don't own the well, I do have the party pack. There we go.
I got it.
But it does on its own, Drawful, and I think I've played it on stream within the past couple of years.
I'm impressed.
I just realized there were lines on the thing, and that's what I needed
Did
to
you
do.
hear that?
There's a little hatch underneath. What's in there?
A bunch of paper. Looks like somebody's research.
Golden beetle. Okay. Didn't we see one of those in the greenhouse? Okay, various research. Ford, the golden beetle, named for its exoskeleton, composed of a mineral approximately 90% identical to gold, with a lifespan of several years. It fends off predators with a loud hiss, record of over 95 decibels, and being completely undigestible. This mistid has a somewhat spurious reputation for causing ill fortune to those that see it. Well, I will be playing it because you requested it. And also, I've already downloaded it. It's on my list.
So, we found some research. What's up with this golden beetle? Is this something you're studying?
I can't help you, I'm afraid. I think it must be something left behind by a previous inhabitant of Tangle Tower. I'm not the first scientist to ever walk these halls, you know.
Well, it wasn't in the halls. It was in your astronomy tower.
Okay. Let's see if we can find the final resident. These unlockable people. Oh, that's Poppy's room.
Various handmade posters.
What do you think those symbols mean?
Hopefully, nothing. Sheet music, presumably for piano.
It's only a few notes. I'd barely even call that music.
M word? I don't see any M's in the message.
Yeah, it's been framed though. Must be important for some reason.
I am confused also,
There's
Jesse.
a name for this kind of piano? You know, these ones that stand upright.
Upright piano.
More handwritten sheet music. More handwritten sheet music. More handwritten sheet music. More handwritten sheet music.
That?
I thought vampires slept in coffins.
Yeah, I'm very confused. It's on
This
Game
is a vampire
Pass,
who
the
needs firm
pedestrian.
support for their lower back. Anything in the wardrobe?
Dresses mostly. I never realized there were so many shades of black.
Empty.
It's an octopus.
No, it's not. It has 6 legs, not 8.
It's a sextopus.
Don't say it.
Sextopus.
Yeah, it just came out on Game Pass.
Anything in the drawers?
Nothing you need to know about.
Rose.
A single red rose. How very traditional.
Yeah, weird. It's a metronome for keeping time.
It's ticking. Is it a bomb?
It's supposed to be ticking. Not sure what those symbols are, though. I did it. What do I win?
Not bad.
I should also add it to my collection.
What happened?
Little hatch unlocked in the back.
Anything in there?
Mm-hmm. It's a photograph. Part of a photograph.
Hello. Bright pink cassette player. Young girl with blonde hair and pink clothes. Sock on the floor.
Just a bunch of clothes, nothing weird about that.
To you.
A big glass door leads out into a garden. Somehow.
There's a little mechanism by the handle.
Ah, hello.
Something happened.
That must be it. And the door's still locked.
I still feel like we made some sort of progress.
Yeah, now we need to go do the same in Felix's room. Before we go find, I know we've still got one more person to find. But while I remember what this pattern on
It's
the door
locked.
is.
I thought we were.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
I won't, don't worry.
Nothing. Still.
The tiles have all got that.
Those moons.
Maybe they're connected.
Nope.
Maybe the
So
info
where is it?
somewhere else.
Ah, didn't work.
You know, I think this might be one of a pair.
What? The whole
Yeah,
thing?
the duality of.
It is.
Say so.
And I can't.
Let's
I thought I
come
had
back
them.
once we.
I know what to do with it. I just didn't remember the symbols very well.
Didn't we solve
We
this?
did, but the door.
Okay, so that's it. Either side of the bottom, top. Right, got it.
It's locked.
I
But
thought we were.
are.
What's that thing by the handle?
The moon one was easier to remember because it made a pattern. Hi, Imo.
It made a
It
noise.
is fun.
I guess that was right.
No, it should
Finally,
be allowed
it's
to.
open.
Whatever's on the other side.
Oh, hello.
Giant stone frog. Love it.
Ah, he's got his tongue out like he's catching snowflakes.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
You got feathers. All the feathers are from the inked bird.
It's another little statue doing a
He's
re-
playing a lute this time.
He's also wearing headphones.
Well, they're not part of the statue. And they're not.
You had to buy
headphones.
more games, you were
They're
running low.
earmuffs.
It's a rose bush, growing on a little
Swamp
patch
monster.
of bluish soil. Apart from a couple of loose petals on one side, the whole thing looks very well cared for.
The roses are bright red, too.
Now, aren't roses normally that color?
Exactly. That's one big dragonfly.
Or one very small dragon? Oh good, a bridge. I'm glad to know there's a way to get across that tiny, tiny pond.
Not all bridges are about getting across stuff.
This is a pretty little garden.
A little pond.
It looks really, really deep for some reason. See those metal bars around the edges, too?
Oh yeah. What do you suppose they're for?
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it. It's so relaxing. I might just stay here.
Oh, shall I go finish the investigation on my own?
That'd be great.
Stone pillars. Or what's...
It's so relaxing. I might just stay here.
Oh, shall I go...
That'd be great.
Okay. We've got one more room we can check out over here. Hello. Wow. Oh my god, she's got wings. That's disturbing.
My little writing desk. It's kind of cute.
There's nothing written in the book, although someone's torn a page out of the middle. Check out that butterfly.
Looks evil.
Wow, judgmental. They're bird cages, but the birds are coming and going freely.
Is that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is. I don't like
How
mirrors.
do you get your hair so symmetrical without using a mirror?
I do it by weight. I can feel if one side is heavier than the other.
Bird diagrams. Hand-painted.
They're beautiful. Someone really knows their stuff.
Bird diagrams.
They're beautiful. Someone.
A rather magnificent bush. Somewhat cruelly confined to a stone pot.
There's a letter P carved
Oh,
at the side.
shit.
I feel like I'm standing in a giant bird cage. Does this count as being outdoors?
Yeah. No. Doesn't matter.
How does this
An
house even exist?
especially fancy cage.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
Oh, just beautiful. What is it?
Weird.
Huh?
Sort of a delicate jade, but with a little seafoam green.
Yeah,
is
me
that
too,
right?
Jesse.
Sorry?
Your hair, dear. Which shade
You never
do
said
you
M
use? It's
anything.
lovely. And that shape. You're really
Unless it's
pushing the
Moida.
envelope.
Oh, thanks. I do what I can to offset Grimoire's beige on brown ensemble.
Detectives don't need to be brightly colored. We prefer to blend into the background.
Oh, you're the detective? Delightful. Penny Pointer.
Exactly.
Pleasure.
Is that short for Penelope?
Officially, yes, but I never can be bothered with all 4 syllables of it. Penelope sounds a little ostentatious coming out of the mouth, don't you think?
Sure. Yeah.
20-something, Aquarius, love to travel, and nearly all
So she's slightly
my
older of the
friends
cousins.
are birds.
Travel? Where to?
Anywhere at all, as long as it has species worth studying. Ornithology, they call it. I call it the only thing I've ever been
Just
good
gonna
at.
have to take a
And
very
have
quick
you studied the
bathroom
birds here
break
at
again.
Tangle Tower?
Goddamn hydration.
But of course! Where else do you think I developed my love of the field? No matter where I go, I always find myself coming home to Tangle Tower.
Because of the birds.
Oh, no, because of him! Silly to admit, but I suppose I can't bear for us to be apart.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, don't you know? My fiancé, dear Fitz.
Really?
He's not really the traveling type, you see.
Fitz fellow.
The very one.
You're engaged
I
to
was
a
getting a
member
sweep.
of the Fellow family? That's interesting.
I'm not especially interested in whatever tedious feuding goes on between our two families. Fitz and I find it much easier to stay out of it altogether.
Alright, be right back. I'm confused because I thought Fitz and the other girl were having a thing.
I awoke early and headed down into the greenhouse to see Fitz. He's always there. Crack of dawn, every
Oh,
morning like
maybe not.
clockwork.
How come?
It's where he's happiest. That and he has a great deal of work to do every day. Watering, pruning, mulching, whatever that is.
Do you help him with the work in the greenhouse?
Oh, no. I wouldn't dream of it. I'd probably break something.
So, you stayed with Fitz the whole day?
No.
I may have gotten
In
Penny and
early
the other one
afternoon,
mixed
he
up.
went back inside. Rather
Look at the family tree
suddenly,
again.
as it happens.
Did he say why?
He didn't. Probably just a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear.
Poppy, Penny
He's
and
more
Poppy,
delicate than you think.
because they got very
What
similar
did you do
names.
after that?
Let's see. I returned to the aviary to feed my birds.
And how many birds are you responsible for?
Officially 4, but in truth it's more like 400.
Can they not feed themselves?
Of course, and they often do. But I think they just like the company. As do I.
Yeah, because there's
Very nice.
yeah, no, that's
You've
definitely
seen these
Poppy.
before?
Yes.
All of them? Even this one of...
Yes.
Right.
I must say the girls are awfully well behaved today. I think they know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you? Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to fly occasionally, of course. But they're all one of a kind. I couldn't let anything happen to them.
Do they have names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
I've already forgotten all 3 of those names.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest, Tabitha is the most patient, and Tamara has the best sense of rhythm.
Glad we cleared that up.
What about the one on your head?
On my head? He's just my hat. He doesn't have a name. Who would name their hat? Oh, there used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be? There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
What happened to the non-ordinary ones?
That is a very good question. You know, it's probably quite impressive to a visitor, fresh eyes and all that.
Not to you?
Try living in it for 20 years. The sheen wears off. If it wasn't for my fits, I'd have little reason to stay.
What about inheritance? You're the next oldest pointer after your uncle, aren't you?
Well, thank you very much for phrasing it like that. But no, any money left in the Pointer family will pass down directly to Poppy.
Is that fair?
I couldn't care less, to be perfectly honest. Finally! I get to see a detective's case file.
That's a very specific thing to be excited about.
Only last week I asked that miserable Hawkshaw woman if I could see her case notes.
I'm guessing she said no.
Would have been much more polite if she had just said no. Instead, she was quite rude to me. Accused me of being, what was it? A shallow sensationalist. I can't decide what's worse. How she looks here, or how she looks now.
Do you know who this is? In the photo?
Oh, absolutely no idea.
Huh. Okay, let's get your statement.
Sometime in the evening, I left the aviary and headed back towards my room. But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. He was muttering something. Seemed a bit upset, the poor dear. I followed him down, but the grand hall was empty by the time I got there. Empty aside from Detective Hawkshaw, who was loitering over by the library. I don't know what it was, but she looked a little lost. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower. I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path. For some reason, he was coming out of Fitz's bedroom. He looked rather lost, too. I told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. We could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong. A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya. Uncle Pointer was there. Fitz, too, standing over in the corner with Fifi and Poppy.
What about Flora?
Of course, silent as ever. Uncle suggested we should leave. Give the others some space, you know. So he and I both returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower. She'd sit in the aviary, first thing in the morning, and paint the birds. Sometimes she'd ask me their names.
Freya was interested in studying bird species too?
No, just wanted to know their names. Isabelle, Clementine, Myrtle, Lysandre, Genevieve.
Got it, thanks.
For my 21st birthday, she gave me a framed painting. All the birds from a single spring, with their names written underneath. I can't begin to tell you how much I've treasured it.
Sounds like you two were close.
I feel like I always struggled to articulate my admiration for her. But she had a way of understanding unspoken things. A fellow bird enthusiast. She's quite the expert, truth be told. Studied them professionally at one point. I think her father taught her.
Are you friends with Flora?
A little bit.
A little bit friends.
She's one for the peace and quiet. I dare say I'm a little too loud for her.
I can see that.
I do admire her, though, really. Always felt like she could have done better than settle for Felix.
Ouch.
I said it. I must say, I really don't care for the den of self-delusion that he's retreated into. People are better off when they just let themselves be themselves. Between you and me, I think Felix is secretly rather miserable. She mostly ignores me, if I'm honest.
How come?
Well, we're not quite on the same intellectual level.
Oh. You don't need to.
No, it's quite all right. I'm comfortable with it. Isn't he strapping?
He is big.
And so brooding.
Kinda sulky, yeah.
I can never tell what's going on in that beautiful head of his.
That just sounds like you don't know him very well.
I don't remember asking for your input.
I already
She'd
asked that
sit
one.
in... She's a most unsavory little... She was incredibly rude about my appearance.
Which part? The giant bird arms, or...
If I were her, I'd go easy on the judgment of others. I mean, look at her. She looks like the ghost of a scarecrow. I just
I have no
wish
idea
Uncle
either,
Pointer
Jesse.
would tell her to behave herself.
Professor Pointer? Why him?
Oh, it was Uncle that called her in. She's his responsibility. Did you not know that?
Do you know?
Oh, did you talk to Poppy already?
Yeah, a little bit.
And did you make any notes of what she told you?
Yeah, I did.
Lovely. Burn them. It'll all be lies.
Why would Poppy lie to us?
Because that's what she does. She's a snake. Looks like one, too.
Don't you think you're being a little unfair, Penny?
She started it. Oh, she's beautiful. Who is she?
She's crazy.
Wait. Is that me? Can't say I've ever taken an interest in Uncle's astronomy. On occasion I've dared to visit him in his tower, but I always regret it. It's all just a little too abstract for me.
What do you mean?
Oh, did you know the sun is apparently over 400,000 miles wide? Okay, so what should I do with that information? How does it help me?
Don't look at me. You're the one who memorized it.
I'm sure I've read about this creature somewhere. Don't remember anything about him playing the harp, though. Goodness me. Poppy really doesn't take care of her belongings, does she?
It wasn't in Poppy's room. It was in the little pond in the garden.
Exactly! Hardly the place for it. Hello. Who penned this juicy little number?
We don't know. It's not signed.
An anonymous letter? Classic clue. I doubt Freya intended it, but the overall effect is a little unsettling, don't you think? It's Flora that's the problem. She's an inescapably haunting presence, bless her. Oh, that's rather sad. Freya doesn't take very good care of her pains, does she? But then she was
Why is
always
everything
rather
cracked?
bohemian, had her own priorities.
Lots of
If I'm not
cracked
mistaken, that little red and white one is supposed to be a bird of some kind. A bit vain to carve wooden figurines of oneself, isn't it?
things. I don't know who the blue dude is.
I know a lot of people rather like this painting, but it's a little much for me. I find it overbearing. And for some reason, it makes me feel bad. I think she was more troubled than we knew. Somebody taking an interest in extinct animals.
Extinct.
Oh, yes. The book is very old. Most of the birds in it are long gone.
Well, what about this bird, though? The ink dip.
This one, well, it was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at Tangle Tower.
So it's not extinct.
You misunderstand. It was the last one. The very last.
Oh.
Gaudy old thing, isn't it? Flora seems very fond of it. I've never understood why. But then I could say the same thing about her husband.
Heyo!
How terrible.
You recognize it?
The color scheme. 3 different pinks. Obscene. Poppy's gramophone. She's had it for a long time. As a young child, she'd call it her mama phone, on account of it belonging to her mother.
That's cute.
Oh yes, adorable. It's that bird. But these must have been drawn at least a year ago. Oh, how sad. I don't know what that is. Ooh, delightful. More of a gemstone than a fruit, isn't it?
Inedible, too, I think.
Yes. At one point I thought Fitz might be growing them to sell them. But honestly, I think he just likes the way they look.
Remember that?
Did Fitz show you that?
Not exactly.
Maybe it's from her.
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right. Haven't seen this one in a while. He lives in the music room, doesn't he?
Currently.
Not a fan of insects myself. Whose research is this?
We were hoping you might know.
No, can't say I... Freya, perhaps. I know she was always very fond of grubby little things like this.
Noted.
Looks a little simple for Poppy, doesn't it? Thought she was a grade 12 or something.
I didn't know there were that many grades.
I'm sure they invented some new ones just for her. Lovely.
Right. We are done with her. And
We
we've
can
got
get into Penny's room now.
Now, like, right now?
Yep. The last room except for this mysterious space in the middle.
That's all the statements.
Let's go over them all.
Wait, wait. It's my case file. What do your suspects about your case file? Well, that explains why that didn't unlock when I did the last thing. Tangle Tower Historian. Talked to all the suspects about Tangle Tower.
That's all the statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if anything doesn't add up.
To see if anyone's been lying.
That too.
Fitz and I were up in the Moonlight Garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs.
I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room.
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me.
I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
Very much so.
All the statements line up with each other.
They don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other. It's just an arch, like walking.
Too late.
What? Oh,
Wind chimes. Silent wooden wind chimes.
it's a bird bath. Is that just
The
rainwater?
birds seem to like
They're
it.
even singing. Toot, 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 toot,
Please
toot.
don't do that.
So we've matched up our suspect statements.
I'm still not sure about this thing.
Should we take another look?
I tried horseshoes, a crab, frog. Frog. Tried. A crab. Okay, so there's 4 symbols.
Let's
can't solve it yet.
come back later.
Okay, so
Feathers flashing in the light, from a sunbeam gleaming bright. I shield my eyes and turn my head, but all at once I've been misled. Light is shining on the stage, but through the railings of a cage.
I love our poems. Just wanted to hear the rest of them.
Eavesdrop what the stars are saying. Earthly tether, slowly fraying, floating helpless from the worst of jealous hunger, selfish thirst. Take a moment, kneel and meet the flowers growing at your feet.
Pretty. Okay, over here.
I don't know what that is.
Weird, considering we found it hidden in your room.
Well, my room is full of junk. There's probably a bunch of stuff hidden in there. I don't mean like... Please stop talking to me. Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
I am very.
Yeah, it's mine.
What's so special about it?
I got it from my teacher. It's the first piece I ever learned.
How long have you been playing?
Since the day I turned 6. Family tradition. I was really excited to start learning. As soon as I got out of my first lesson, I told Freya and Fifi all about it. When I arrived at my second lesson the next day, Freya was there too. She hadn't asked permission, just showed up. For 2 whole years, the teacher taught us both.
Was Freya any good?
She would have been even better than me, if she'd stuck with it. But one day, she just stopped coming to lessons.
Why?
That's just it.
We all want to know, Dan. You've
There
got to
was
tell
no
us.
reason. That's when I realized things were different for her. You get some weird insects around here, but I've never seen one like that.
I'm not sure anyone has.
I thought I saw one in the
Freya might
greenhouse.
have. She used to keep beetles in a box in her room.
Why?
For
What?
fun, obviously.
Oh,
I see a
because
lot
you were
of fruits
talking
up in
about
the
back in the
rooftop
day,
garden.
Jesse.
They seem to really like it up there.
Why's that?
It's quiet.
Do you know where those earmuffs came from?
I put them there.
Why?
I found them lying around. I think they belonged to Fitz. I put them on the statue so he'd see them. I thought they looked like headphones, like he's in the recording studio with his guitar. No?
If they do belong to Fitz, he hasn't taken them back
Past is
yet.
the past, yeah.
When did you find them?
This morning.
Where?
I don't know, in a hallway. Can't remember exactly. I think it's kind of cruel to keep 3 birds in one cage like that.
Does Penny not let them out to fly?
Just a pet.
Oh, she does. She must do. But I don't think they're allowed to go far. Penny can be a little protective.
Okay. Let's see. Ah! Oh, hello. We just get poet and a pianist. Listen to Poppy's poems. Okay. Well, we didn't get to look at Penny's room because we got you've got all statements.
A little bedtime reading?
Upgrades.
Let's see. Romance novels, detective novels, and
What?
this one appears to be both.
Nice.
A little tea set. Looks recently used.
One of the cups has tea in it.
What's in the other one?
Birdseed.
That bed. It's like something from a fairy tale.
Does it feel warm over here, or is it just me?
No, you're right. Maybe the bed has some kind of heater.
It's not coming from the bed. It's coming from the wall.
That bed.
Does it
No.
It's not coming from the bed.
Traveling cases.
Empty. All of them. It's a birdhouse.
Are those real birds? Nope. They're wooden.
They're using up all the perches. What if a real bird wanted to use it?
Okay. That makes green. That makes brown. And that makes slightly weirder green.
No, that was it.
Nice work. Did the door open? What's in there?
Gata. Ah, you've got a thing. A ripped piece of paper crumpled into a ball with a flower petals found inside. Message angrily scrawled, now I'll get her. In the rooftop garden.
That's some flower.
There's something weird about it. It just feels out of place.
Unusual shape. Oh, I think we should ask the gardener about it.
Penny's books. Mostly novels.
Looks like nature invited itself in. Rude.
Burp.
You know, the birds can easily get in and out of those cages.
Well, if that's true, can they even be considered cages? This
If the
is
wall's hot, it's got to
fanciest
be a
room so
secret
far.
room.
Too fancy.
What does
I don't
that?
know.
That might be the most pointless staircase I've ever seen.
That's very cool. I kind of like the whole elevated bed because then you get storage underneath it. Yeah, so there's a room here and it's warm, and I wonder if there's something about this garden that means you can get to it.
A chalkboard.
Is this a library or a classroom?
Any idea what this means?
Not a clue.
Math equation.
Don't look at them for too long. You'll give yourself a headache.
I'm not sure I learned anything from that.
Okay, so I'm going to talk to you about all the other people
Name,
now.
Haksha. Age, unknown. Profession, private detective. Likes, quote, being left alone. Dislikes, quote, being constantly badgered by a weirdo nerd with a clipboard.
So, Professor Pointer hired Hawkshaw
Name,
for something.
Percival Pointer. Age, 57. Profession, none.
I'm pretty sure he's an astronomer.
Oh, yes, of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful of me. Name, Penelope Pointer. Age, 27. Profession,
Way too old for the
Likes,
19-year-old.
birds. Dislikes, insects. Notes, Penelope is very beautiful. I have never had very much in common with her.
Oh?
Name, Poppy Pointer. Age, 19. Profession, oh. Apparently, Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had, of course, originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of Christmas yet to come. Name, Fitzfellow. Age, 24.
Oh, he's 24.
Profession,
Okay, interesting.
Cryptobotanist. Likes soil, dislikes electric lights.
Hang on. Cryptobotanist? I thought he was just a gardener.
That may well be his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot, and you've got to be just barely 5.
So, what's your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower. He was making every effort to avoid detection.
So?
He was also carrying a knife.
Okay.
This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No.
I don't think so.
Who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope?
Oh, yes. It has a telescopic lens. It can only be used for looking at things that are far away.
You got into trouble because you were wearing a rubber cat suit. Okay, are there screenshots?
Pointless, unless you wish to cut it down and sell it as a precious stone.
It's not edible?
Depends.
On what?
On the structural integrity of your teeth. That blade.
It's a troll for gardening.
It is. Why did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
What makes you think it was Poppy?
The statue lives in the music room. Who else would it be? Now this is interesting. Where did you find it?
In the astronomy tower.
And yet, it does not concern the field of astronomy.
Nope.
In fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
Yeah, you could.
I would not say that, however.
Oh, you wouldn't?
No, it would be quite naive. To study science in any field is to study the connections between all matter in the universe, living or inanimate. An item from Poppy's childhood. Her earliest piano lessons hold some special significance for her.
Why's that?
No idea. She has never graced me with the details, and I am not forthcoming enough to ask.
You two are friends, right?
We are, yes.
But?
It is clear to me now that Poppy has become tired of my company.
Is it anything to do with Freya?
Oh, no. The changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya. Her concerns simply lie elsewhere.
Fitz. That means she knows nothing.
Is that in the photo?
I'm quite sure that I have no idea. What a mess. Penelope should tidy up after herself.
These weren't dropped by Penny. They were dropped by birds, I think.
My argument stands.
What's wrong?
Earmuffs do not go on statues. I am scared of birds.
Why?
It is an irrational fear. I have no suitable explanation.
Oh.
Who is this her to whom the message refers?
Well, I don't know exactly.
Then how can I meaningfully evaluate this object? Next!
I really like her.
It is a flower. It reminds me of something, but I cannot say what.
Okay. We don't have anything.
There's something about Hawkshaw's handheld microscope. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
I find her rather embarrassing. Little more than a spoiled child.
Penny must be at least 25.
27. Just makes it worse. Poppy has remarkable musical talent. She could be famous, wealthy even, if she wanted to.
She'd probably have to leave Tangle Tower first.
Quite. Professor Pointer is a respectable astronomer. Keeps himself to himself. What?
We're just surprised.
That was the most polite you've been about anyone.
That's because he hired her.
The people here are surprisingly materialistic, considering how sheltered they are.
Materialistic?
Growing this fruit simply because it produces a gemstone-like material. For what possible purpose, other than financial gain?
You're
It
speculating.
looks pretty.
What would you do, Grimoire, if you could grow valuable stone straight from the earth? This is a potential murder weapon, is it
My
not?
blood, though.
I don't know. I don't think the murderer would leave the murder weapon just lying around.
I think you'd be surprised as to what people leave lying around. Some breed of amphibious humanoid, potentially bipedal, although none of the statues show the creature's feet.
I guess we'll never know.
Unless we meet one.
Where did you find this?
Do you have any theories about where this might have been?
Or who might have had it?
I have several theories, but they are my theories, and I'm not going to share them. Is that a clue?
Dunno. It was important enough to be framed, though.
I framed my law degree, doesn't make it a clue.
Same? Yeah?
Who's that?
Not
Mine's
sure.
too.
It doesn't really look like anyone we've met so far.
Strange.
Oh yeah, we're gonna go back to what's its room. Once we've done the
Do you
suspicion.
also have a pile of leaves as a clue?
Oh, not yet. Did you see some suspicious leaves?
I like our
One of
clues.
3 statues depicting the same creature. This one is wearing headphones. Perhaps they belong to someone who likes music.
They're not headphones. They're earmuffs. For blocking out sound.
Perhaps they belong to someone who doesn't like music. 3 birds, 1 cage. What makes them worth keeping cooped up, I wonder? Would they not be happier flying free?
But then they might fly away from Tangle Tower entirely.
I wonder if they would. These people really are ridiculous, aren't they? And you consider that important evidence, do you?
Yes. Right. Suspicion.
This little microscope thing? You said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense, if you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention of disclosing that information.
You're such a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry. We already worked out what you're searching for.
Did we? The bird? I actually don't know. But maybe this?
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Ah.
Thanks.
So, that's what you were looking for in the greenhouse? This beetle?
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He is not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse. It's not a microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
It's a telescope.
The handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. I'm inclined to believe Fifi when it comes to stuff like this.
Hawkshaw, why did you lie about owning a telescope?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to become?
A detective? Naturally.
Emperor of the Galaxy?
I wanted to be an astronomer.
Really?
I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider universe. A fool's errand, to be sure, but a seductive one. At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world around me. And so, I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little telescope?
A memento from my childhood. Little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider it something of a planetary alignment. I had hoped he might sign my telescope. An extremely childish indulgence, I
Oh,
admit.
I never would have guessed.
Hold on.
that's kind of sweet.
You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So, who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect is your murder victim.
Oh. Interesting. Okay. So, I want to go back to this room because it had that board thing and we've met people
Fifi's
now.
got something pinned up here.
What is all this?
That's
It's Detective
Hawkshaw.
Hawkshaw.
Connected to Pointer.
Looks like Professor Pointer.
Also connected
It's a
to
drawing of
Penelope.
Penny.
That's gotta be Flora.
Flora's connected to Felix.
I think that's supposed to be Felix.
Felix. Okay, so then we've got.
And that's you, Sally.
What? I do not.
We've got
It's Poppy.
Poppy.
That's actually a pretty good drawing. Looks like
And then
Fitz.
Fitz.
Is that supposed
That's just the face you make. Does make you wonder, though.
Is Fifi trying to solve the mystery with math equations?
Maybe. Did you ever try that? Maybe it works.
Did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Mm-hmm. And Fifi herself. A pretty ornate window.
We're supposed to be.
And a simple trick, but it really What's that big book?
Looks like something Fifi's
Is it
been.
a clue?
I hope not. It's just a bunch of notes about her microbiology experiment.
Wasn't there another mathematical equation? Something. I was in the greenhouse, wasn't it?
That painting. is
Why
real.
would you
Maybe
want
Freya enjoyed it.
atmosphere?
Hang on. There's a smaller version.
It's a photograph.
Still want to know what that was connected to.
Drawings.
What's that one on the
Looks like two people. One of them's holding a red rose. It's a little glass.
I think it's a
Come
Vivori.
again?
See, the leaves might have been for keeping insects.
Do you think this was?
I don't know.
No windows either. It's a big.
There are
It's
weeds
an
in-
aquarium.
Could be. Anymore. Finally,
It's
we
not
don't
that.
ruin this. Finally, we
It's
don't
not
ruin this. A little chart of. Actually, I have no idea what it's about. Kinda reminds me of a periodic table. Kinda reminds me of a periodic.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot. That's a
that's not the
handsome
golden
beetle.
beetle.
Looks like he might have.
But anyway, we'll talk to him. We've still got Poppy,
and I
Penny,
are
and Pointer.
friends.
Oh, I can buy that. Dark clothes, blue hair, an average of 3 words per sentence. Oh, you're like 2 peas in a pod.
She's very kind, and she has an interest in plants. Unusual flowers, mostly. I've been teaching her.
Right.
Is something wrong? Penelope is my fiancée.
Don't take this the wrong way, but Penny doesn't really strike me as your type.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's... well, they make assumptions.
And how's the relationship doing recently?
Good. It's good.
I imagine you don't visit the astronomy tower too often, do you?
No, but I still see Pointer, sometimes. He's always curious about what I'm growing in the greenhouse. Asks me about the birds, too, and insects. He's pretty clued up on his evolutionary biology.
I didn't think there was much overlap between astronomy and biology.
Well, we found out about
Fifi doesn't like
What
me.
did you do?
I'm not sure. If you find out, maybe you can let...
We do know, but I don't know how to let him know.
What's with the broken glass? I've seen beetles with brightly colored shells, metallic shells even. They're relatively common, especially around here. There's a difference between that and actual gold.
It can't be actual gold. Gold is just inside the earth or whatever. You can't make it. It's called alchemy. It was a whole thing.
Poppy's piano music. I remember when she started learning. She's improved a lot since then.
Yeah, that's generally how it works.
Right. Of course.
Any idea who this is?
No idea.
I think older
We found
people
these
might
up in
know.
the rooftop garden. Do you know how long they've been there?
No, could have been a long time. We don't ever really clear up the rooftop garden.
Why not?
Nature is unruly. In truth, it prefers to be left alone. Wait, those are mine, the earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
What do you need earmuffs for?
I use them for gardening sometimes.
Why? You don't own a chainsaw, do you?
No. I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
That's genius.
I love it.
Penelope's 3 favorite birds. She's very protective over them.
Are they like her pets? Do they have names?
Oh, they have names. Penelope loves to name things.
Do you remember what she named them?
I do not.
Ba-da-bum-bum.
Those
Paper.
petals, they,
What?
they're red. A flower.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a flower. We found it in Penny's room.
Okay.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
Give
I
it
don't
to
really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower. I just don't have a reason to.
Why were you going up there with a knife? We don't have a suspicion yet for him. Okay, so let's go back and fill in the blanks with the people that we talked to at the beginning.
Fitz? I don't trust him. He's slippery. Never commits to anything. Brain like an onion.
An onion?
Did you two
Les?
have an argument?
No, but my daughter doesn't like him at all. And I trust Fiona's judgment entirely. She's a very vigilant young woman. Quite the character, eh? A fellow member of the Order of the Crimson Cloak.
Is that a real thing?
No, I just meant to, because we both wear, you know, red capes of a sort.
Has she questioned you yet?
If you call that questioning, she seemed bored by everything I had to say. I heard on the grapevine, supposedly Hawkshaw is searching for some rare item. Something called the Golden Beetle. Honestly, it's probably a bunch of
Which
sensational.
might have been helpful before we went to see
You reckon?
Hawkshaw.
Quite sure. There is no treasure called the Golden Beetle.
How do you know?
Because I would have heard of it. Percival Pointer. Good old...
There've been puzzles in
So,
everyone's
what do you
room.
reckon? Is he the murderer?
Except
I don't know. Maybe. We still need...
That is not information
Fifi's
we're willing to share at this
the
time.
library.
I'm just saying, keep an eye on him. Holds on to a lot of bitterness, does old Pointer. Just because he's always struggled to support his family. Slightly pathetic, really.
And how
The
long
murder
have you known
victim
him?
and Fifi
Over
didn't have anything in
35
their room.
years.
Childhood friends? Rivals?
Don't know if I'd do him the honor of considering him my rival. Penelope seems to have really settled into a groove. She struggled a bit when she was younger, always a little estranged.
How come?
Well, she was mostly raised by her uncle, and he really only makes time for his own daughter.
So
Now,
he
of
had-
course, she's bringing the two families together through her marriage. It's a nice gesture.
Sorry.
Heartfelt, but futile.
So there was the egg in the top room. There was a chest in his room. Fitz had the chest under his bed, plus the door thing. But yeah, Fifi and Freya didn't have any puzzles in their room to solve to give me an item. The library didn't have one downstairs. We had the one... Did we have one in the greenhouse? I don't think we had one in the greenhouse either. Hawkshaw had one. And, well, there's that one in the courtyard we can't solve yet with a frog. The hidden garden doesn't appear to have one yet. Astronomy tower had one. Poppy's room did. So did Penny's room, but not the birdcage room and not the music room. So there may be some more missing puzzles.
Poppy's a good friend to my daughter. Always has been. I think they get on well because they're so different.
Different, like how?
Poppy is, she's quite introspective, good with feelings. Fiona, not so much. Still, Poppy always seems to be sulking about something.
The heavy, heavy price of emotional intelligence.
Why don't you ask Fiona about that one? Looks like her area of expertise. That looks like it might belong to Fitz. I've never seen that before. Looks valuable. Now this is still in very good condition. Apart from the crack, of course.
What about those shards on the inside of the horn?
Looks like somebody broke a glass and was trying to conceal the evidence. Cunning. What's this all about? Some kind of rare jewel?
I'm pretty sure the research is about a real insect.
If it's made of gold, then it's made of gold. I've never been one for music. Why not ask Poppy instead? Oh dear.
Do you know who this is?
Not a clue.
Oh, that feels like a
Is
lie.
that a clue? Really?
It might be.
Sorry, yawn.
The statue was up in the rooftop garden.
Yes, it's been there a while. You can see the brass is slightly tarnished by the elements, but it's not too bad. Might be salvageable. Bizarre things, aren't they? Penelope seems rather attached to them.
Do you not feel sorry for them in that little cage?
Come now, I'm sure they could leave if they really wanted to. Goodness me! That looks like it might belong to Fitz.
Okay, so he's not really much actually. So there's 3 things that we haven't found yet. By the looks of it. So yeah, so this room and that room didn't have a puzzle in. Unless I've not found the puzzle.
It's a little wooden box.
To the casual
Aha!
observer.
I just didn't find the puzzle.
They're not real paintbrushes. Looks like they're part of some kind of lock mechanism.
Okay, so skinny and fat, green and blue, green and that, gin pink.
Nothing.
Did you find a hint on those scraps of paper? It looks like a ripped up jigsaw puzzle.
Okay. Maybe I'm misreading it.
That was incorrect.
Each brush has various characteristics: height, bristle shape, paint color, handle. The information we need is on the paper. Once it's been rearranged, I mean.
Oh, I think actually it's a height thing. Okay, so smallest to tallest there. Green, orange. That works.
That's done it.
Neat.
Just had it wasn't the width, it was the height.
What was in the box?
Just a photograph. Well, most of a photograph.
Hello. That looks like a back scientist girl.
There's something about that pink cassette tape. Something suspicious.
Let's ask Poppy about it.
I mean, pink cassette tape seems to go with this. To Freya. It's a little bit like Fifi. Let's ask her about missing things first.
Those petals.
What about them?
It's nothing. They're just unusual. Never seen that one before. Was it in the greenhouse?
No. We found it in Penny's room.
Right.
This is a photo of Fifi and Freya, right?
Fifi and Freya.
Yeah.
How come you're not in it? You're friends with them too, aren't you?
I'm not really one for photographs.
Fifi looks like she really admires Freya.
Fifi's loyalty to Freya is unshakable.
Well, maybe she's this one.
I don't know what that is.
Maybe
Weird,
she used to be blonde.
considering we found it hidden in your room.
I think she used to be blonde.
Yeah, I need to confirm something with you, Poppy.
Confirm away.
What can you tell us about this cassette tape? Is it yours?
It belongs to Freya. She liked to have music playing while she was painting, you know.
And do you know what kind of music is on this tape?
No idea. Acid jazz?
It's piano music. Sounds an awful lot like your music, to be honest.
Sure it doesn't belong to you?
Why are we even talking about this? Cassette tapes have been redundant for a good few years now.
The tape was found at the crime scene. It was in the gramophone.
It's not mine. I'd never own anything like that.
Why not?
Not my color.
You used to like these colors.
Ridiculous.
We need a clue to compare with the cassette tape. Something that proves Poppy used to like these colors. Let's take a closer look at this. The pink cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
That is not me.
Yeah, it is. I'll prove it. You look a little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable. It's clearly a photo of you with your two best friends. Why'd you tear it up and then hide it?
I think the answer is pretty straightforward. Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
That's it. Makes this whole thing seem kind of irrelevant.
Maybe. It depends on the reason.
The reason she doesn't want to look like that anymore?
The passage of time is a powerful thing.
Hold on. This means that pink cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used to. I recorded some piano music onto it and gave it to Freya as a gift. Years ago.
Freya could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the tape, the gramophone, and the murder.
There's one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
I have no idea.
There's a lot of cracked things in this place. Okay, so there was one other room which we hadn't found a puzzly thing in.
Crystal chandeliers.
I don't know. They just they're kind of dusty.
It looks like a
Maybe this?
microscope.
Can I touch it?
There we go.
I'm not sure this is a microscope.
The TV wants to turn itself off.
No, that was it.
Nice work. Sounds like it unlocked.
Yeah, it's built on top of a little metal box. There's a book in here.
Secret diary in Fifi's room. Okay, let's talk to Fifi about the diary.
It's musty in here.
What exactly does
Must. You ask such
that? Nice.
This photograph is my favorite photograph.
So, why'd you rip it in half?
That was not me. Besides, it was not a half that was ripped off. It was only a third. A book. My book.
And what's in it?
Pages.
Okay.
There's something about that diary, something.
Let's ask her about it.
Is this your diary, Fifi? We found it in your bedroom.
Of course it is mine. Ridiculous question.
Why is it locked up like that?
You seriously require an explanation. Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary, is favored in particular by girls between the ages of 10.
So, there are secrets written in here?
This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
It's Fifi's diary, and she has written in it.
I'm not sure about that.
Me neither.
This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
It's not. It's someone else's
It's
diary.
somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my bedroom. It is mine.
We need a clue to compare with the diary. Something to prove who the original owner was.
Somewhat with stars on it?
That's not it.
Aha.
Let's take a closer look at this. This blue book is somewhat similar to the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya. Almost. Maybe just change one thing. This blue book is the same thing as the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya.
You were hiding Freya's diary in your room, and you kept it locked, too.
Why would I do either of these things?
Freya didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary. Almost. Maybe just change one thing. Freya didn't want anyone to see personal secrets kept in her bedroom. Nope.
No, it's not quite right.
Freya was always suspicious of personal secrets within Freya's diary. That's not right.
Poppy?
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary.
Is this true, Fifi?
I know Freya was your friend, but if you're trying to hide something...
You did not know Freya, so this might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing, in her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
Might be easier if you just let us read the diary, Fifi.
Very well. I will open it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
All right, Fifi unlocked the diary.
Finally. What's in there?
back in the flesh this time. Was it me? Did I let it out? Maybe I should rip out that painting. Soul barrel works. Impressive little thing. 2 now. Need 2 more. And we're into the middle. Surprisingly simple compared to the heart. I saw them all. All 5. Eyes blacked out. Despite everything, I still have a promise to keep. I'll do my best. She could do with a little company. Okay. Still one more thing to find. Okay. So, egg, treasure chest, telescope thingy, paint box. There's nothing in there. There could be something in the greenhouse. There could be something in the music room. Telescope, metronome, bird cage. Still one more thing left to find, unless it's in here. Okay.
Do you and Fitz have anything to do with each other than your initials? Do you and Poppy get along?
Nothing. Shocker. Grimoire, what could you possibly be writing down?
Oh no, I gave up making notes ages ago. Now I'm just doodling in the margins. What do you know about Penny?
I can't really imagine those two being friends, to be honest.
You never know. You know the guy in the other tower? Weird astronomy professor guy?
Can you see him from your window? Can he see you?
Oh,
We
didn't
spoke
touch
to
the
Hawkshaw.
telescope in the end.
I assume she didn't get anything out of you either. I bet that really ticked her off.
Something might get a reaction.
Do you know anything about this beetle?
Do you recognize any of these feathers?
Do you know anything about these birds? Or birds in general? This is a photo of Fifi, isn't it? Your daughter?
Okay, one last thing there.
You get a good view of the lake from here.
My daughter Fiona and her best friend. They grow up so fast.
Do you know why it's ripped like that?
Ah, yes. I didn't even notice. No idea. Why would someone lock up a book like that?
We think it's a secret diary.
Aha! Teenagers are funny, aren't they?
Okay, so that's that side.
A photograph of Freya. Could be important. A diary. Have you read it?
Not yet. It's
Yes,
locked.
we have.
And you haven't attempted to force it open?
That would be cheating.
It feels like there's something with the symbols, but
It's glass.
Total
I
accident.
am not.
Bit of a decadent flooring choice.
we haven't found his contradiction yet.
It's Fifi and Freya.
Don't you think Poppy should be in the photo too?
Maybe, maybe not. She doesn't really like crowds.
2 people isn't a crowd.
Right, but if she was in the photo, then it'd be 3.
Checkmate.
Three's a crowd.
Looks like someone doesn't want you to read that book.
That's the main thing making me want to read it. Is that fruit?
Too shiny. I think it's
Safety.
I'm gonna say no.
You got
Spooky Murder Mansion?
Spooky Murder Mansion. There's a faded
When I was a kid, I never...
You still don't
know.
All right.
Spooky
Murder Mansion.
That belongs to Flora, I think. Don't you think that's weird? That the letter isn't addressed to anyone or signed by anyone?
Someone's being deliberately secretive.
Or they're trying to manipulate you. Freya would always load up the palette with all the exact colors she was gonna need. I think it helped her zone out and focus on the actual painting itself. Like getting all your sheet music lined up before playing a long piece.
Right. So the blob of black paint in the middle, that was for painting Flora?
Flora's dress, yeah. She wears even more black than I do. Why is the glass cracked down one side?
Natural wear and tear, maybe?
No way. Freya took good care of her stuff. Is that supposed to be Flora?
Possibly.
Oh, how nice. Whose paints are those?
They belong to Felix, I think.
Is that Fifi's diary? I'm sure I've seen it in her room before.
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written in there?
Nope. I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate me invading her privacy.
I thought you and Fifi were close friends.
Yeah, we are. It's just Fifi's gotten kinda impatient with me recently.
Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure she'd tell you if you asked.
Oh, she would. She'd give it to me straight. Probably why I've been avoiding it. I think it's kind of cruel to keep 3 birds.
We already did that one.
Oh, you've been to the greenhouse? What did you think?
Impressive, I guess.
You've nearly got all the evidence.
Kind of unsettling,
So,
with Fitz
you know,
lurking
just
in
gotta
the shadows the
go and
whole
talk to
time.
people and see what it
Yeah.
unlocks.
He does that.
Just need a very small break.
Did you
Right,
find
this
that
is
in
on the
Fifi's room?
No. Should we have?
No, it's just... It looks like something she'd use, don't you think?
Okay, so we've done all those. So should go and check the third lady next, and then the professor. We'll be right back. Oh, right. Yeah, there's just one more clue that I've not gotten somewhere.
My little writing desk.
There's nothing written in the book.
I think there's something more to those symbols.
That's rather strange now, isn't
It's
it?
in your room.
We found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it, but we found it.
We do that.
Who's the her in the message? And what's the deal with the petals?
It's really none of your business. Yes, it's my... my flower.
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you at least like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors? The shape of it?
Between you and me, I think it's a little vulgar.
It looks a little bit like her, doesn't it?
Freya
It looks
was
like her.
very
He grew it to look
talented,
like her.
even at
Aw.
that age.
Do you know how old this photo is?
Not sure. Must be a couple of years at least. Sometime before Fiona settled on her current style. Ooh, a secret diary.
That's our guess, too.
Excellent.
There's something about the report of Fitz going up Pointer Tower. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
Yeah, it's got to be to do with that flower. Looks like her. I think he grew it specifically for her.
There's something about those petals we found in something.
Let's ask her about it.
So, Fitz, I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower. Holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
Yeah, it's the hair, the birdie things, and the dress.
That's not
It's
it.
sweet. Oh. Really? Oh, trowel?
What about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
That flower.
Yes.
I've never seen it before.
We need a clue to compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
Let's take a closer look at these. The pot and soil in Freya's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
Yeah, not Freya's
The
room.
pot
Penny's
and
room.
soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil
Got the wrong
found
person.
in Fitz's greenhouse. Let me guess. Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence.
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
That's some gift.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly interested in looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again, when she's not there. Water the flower, change the soil. Just trying to keep it alive.
That's kind of sweet. Okay. So, let's go talk to him about the final... We've got one more clue we haven't found, and some secret room thing. But we didn't get to look at the telescope.
Every astronomy tower needs a telescope.
I want to try.
Go.
You can see right into Flora's room.
Not by accident.
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. Behind her is the back side of the easel holding Freya's unfinished painting. I can't really see anything behind it. Not from this angle.
It's that little plant Flora keeps on the window ledge.
Don't you think it would fall off? In the wind.
Maybe it's glued down.
I can just about see the gramophone.
Is that a window?
I think it is.
Is there another room above Flora's room?
We should check that next time we're over there. I can see the doorway. It leads into the hall. The door itself is on the floor, knocked off its hinges. Isn't this supposed to be an astronomy telescope? I'm pretty sure you need to see the sky for astronomy to work.
I can't move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
There's There's something about something.
Let's ask him about it.
He's a perv. Okay, first of all...
Ah, Penelope, our resident ornithologist.
Penny's your niece, is that right?
At this moment in time, until she marries the gardener.
She'll still be your niece.
But she'll depart from the world of the Pointers and join the Fellows. Like rats deserting a sinking ship. I don't especially want to talk about myself. Introspection often leads to vanity.
Wait, does it?
Why don't we discuss the moons of Jupiter instead?
I'm not sure if we have time. Aren't there like 10 of them?
83.
Yeah, we don't have time.
Isn't the process of decay fascinating?
It's not really decaying. It's plastic.
It's becoming one with nature, all the same. Here's a thought. Do you suppose the paintbrush could be the murder weapon? After all, it was found at the scene, right next to Freya's body.
I guess it's possible.
Is this important?
Possibly.
I haven't seen that tape for a long time. Who broke it?
No idea.
Ah, well, possessions are fleeting, my friends.
He creeps me out.
Pointer property originally, purloined by the Fellows. Typical. Curious little thing, isn't it? Do you know what she keeps in there?
Nothing. At the moment. It was empty when we opened it.
How bizarre.
Can't a woman keep an empty egg in her room?
That's a very old book, isn't it? Looks like someone could have taken better care of it.
I like the look of a well-read book. Better than one that's never been opened.
Ah, well put. Oh my, this is the first piece that Primrose ever learnt on the piano. Primrose, that is Poppy's mother. She passed it down to Poppy when she started teaching her how to play.
Poppy's piano teacher was her mother?
Of course. Warms my heart to know that after everything, Poppy still has it up on her wall.
Though we apparently stole it.
This is supposed to be Felix, is it?
I think so.
I see he's afforded himself considerable artistic license.
So if it's Freya and a bird, who's the dude in that picture?
What a precious photograph. She hasn't changed a bit,
Well,
has she?
if it had talked to the dad, yeah.
Who?
Oh, if you don't know,
Shoot!
perhaps I don't either.
Did I? Oh, good.
I think you may wish to adjust your threshold of what you
Uh-huh.
consider to be a clue.
It hadn't scanned. Good, good, good. That should narrow down some stuff. Possibly. Possibly not. Probably not. But hey, it's unlocking them, isn't it?
I've seen those earmuffs before. They're the ones Fitz always wears when he's out the front gardening.
Always wears?
Whenever I've seen him, yes. That's rather a small cage for 3 birds, isn't it? But then, aren't we all trapped in a cage? Well now, that is most definitely none of my business. Quite possibly none of yours either. What kind of flower is that?
We're not sure. I think it might be the only one of its kind.
Primrose would know. My wife was a floriculturalist. Best in the field. That's a flower joke, but she was.
Interesting.
Poppy's 2 closest friends. Freya looks so innocent there. A diary can be a wonderful outlet for an outpouring of one's soul.
How do you know it's a diary?
I suppose I don't, but it does look like a diary.
Yeah. Flora and Freya and someone with a blue beard.
So, Professor, what interests you about astronomy exactly?
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your mind to the wider universe, it cannot be unexpanded.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been an astronomer?
I really don't like to give exact values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these things?
I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh? Go on.
You're not really interested in astronomy at all.
What could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly different field of research.
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects. My studies focus only on the inconceivably large and the unimaginably far away.
Right. That's why you like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally. My little portal into another world.
Yeah, about that. Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
First, you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist. Now you're accusing me of, what, spying?
Are you spying?
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen, and it's made you paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
Might not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's a very precious specimen, incredibly rare, valuable in ways you could never understand. Freya was always sneaking around, both towers and in the gardens too. She was definitely up to something.
So, this next question is important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
No, I didn't. When I looked into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window. I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark. The telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
Yeah, this is a good book.
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene.
Later.
Freya was definitely up to something.
Something to do with the statue in the garden, I think.
Maybe we should go back and check. And we could have missed something.
Attic.
What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at least.
You know, maybe I won't open it.
Where's that light coming from?
Well, it's just daylight, I think. There's a decent gap between those floorboards. Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is?
Someone painted out the window.
Do you think it was done recently?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious.
Just dusty junk. What is that?
Not sure. Some kind of reel?
Looks like it might attach to something.
Aha! Our final clue. I'm guessing this is how someone stabbed her without being seen.
It's a jar.
Huh. It's a statue standing up straight.
You know there's a name for that.
I know.
It's not quite as dusty as everything else up here. Also, it's not a statue. It's stuffed.
Oh, okay.
At least the moths are kept well fed. Nothing catching my interest.
Sorry, is this spooky?
Kinda. Do you know what this is?
Guess not.
What is it?
We don't know. We were really hoping you would.
My friends, shed your hope and let it fall free like sandbags from a hot air balloon.
That's the most depressing idiom I've ever heard.
Is this yours, Fifi?
I do not recognize it. And besides, I would have no use for such a thing. Perhaps it could be used to hang wet laundry?
Was that a joke?
Yes.
What is that?
I'm not sure. It looks like it attaches to something else.
Why don't you go back and double check the area you found it? Maybe you'll find the rest of the something else.
I'm not so sure about that.
I don't know what that is.
Me neither.
Me 3. Oh, sorry. I thought you said me too.
I think we're very close to the end. Stop staring, you perv.
What's this? Is it a clue?
We don't actually know. But Grimoire picked it up, so now he has to pretend it is.
That's how it works.
But yeah, it's the last thing that fills in, so we've picked everything up. There's possibly still something missing.
Is that for sewing?
Maybe?
We have no idea. So, yeah, we found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a piece of paper and hid it in your room. That's not nothing.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower petals.
The petals.
They're from red roses, and there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses, and who they belong to. It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding?
I can't imagine what you're getting at, but it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no access?
Is it really only accessible from those 2 bedrooms?
For most people, it would be. But don't forget, Penny's the resident ornithologist.
My dears, what are you accusing me of?
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz, but it didn't work. Almost. Maybe just... One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and distract them. Almost. Maybe just... One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them. We know those two have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that. Besides, Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds. Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden. Let's take a closer look at these. This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
I can't stand it! Knowing the two of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me. I knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand. Fitz is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with me these days. But being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little... I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
You do know he made you a flower. Okay.
This wasn't here before.
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy. Looks kind of like a crab.
There's a note stuck to the back.
What does it say? Grimoire?
This is my new friend. He likes music. Simple melodies will move his soul. Best of luck, you two. Freya? Hang on, isn't Freya dead?
What do you think? Is it really from her?
How can it be?
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea. Hold on.
Well?
It's a perfect match.
Oh, it's confirmed. We have a ghost helping us.
Probably you two, as in her two friends.
Let's keep this to ourselves for now.
What about the little wooden toy thingy?
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
That was weird. Why did it suddenly go continue? Okay, so let's listen to the music. So I don't know who killed her. Okay, this is the music room, the piano. Piano is definitely one of the things.
Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized. Where did you find this?
It was in the attic.
Oh, huh. I forgot we even had an attic.
Aha. Okay, so piano looks like a Metroid. So there was bones and birds. What's the other thing?
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
And talking?
Let's come back later.
That's on this card.
What are
Wind chimes, silent, wooden wind chimes.
Why is there a bell? Oh, yeah, I forgot to even look at stuff. We picked up a whole bunch of information. Well, that's his movement on the night. Gotcha. It still says 58. Which you can step by painting. No, it's something to do with the attic. So we've got the bird song there.
This one's in a...
Okay, that is
looks like a gemstone, don't you think?
There's a metal plaque.
Is there a message?
I think there was, but someone scratched it off.
Hang on. Bell. The other one is just talking, it sounds. I think we've got enough to solve the
I'm
puzzle.
still not sure.
Should we take another look?
Let's come back later.
It's a bandstand.
It's small for a
It's a
band.
one-man bandstand.
Someone specific talking?
Giant stone frog.
Yeah, he's got his...
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
No.
Ah, a little water.
It's making
Wonder
me
how it's hooked up. A little pond.
It looks really... See those metal bars around the edges too?
Yeah.
Nothing. It looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it.
Where would the talking be? Unless it's... Oh, there's something, and it's not going to let me solve it until I figure.
They're bird cages. But the birds are...
Is that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
So there's a mouth. Singing?
It's a statue standing up straight.
You know, there's a name.
I know.
It's not quite as dust. Also, it's stuffed. It's a jar.
Huh.
At least the moths are kept well fed. What's in that little... I bet it's a skull, at least.
You know, maybe I won't open it.
This is butterfly. Anyone got any ideas?
Check out that butterfly.
Looks evil.
Wow, judgmental.
What's with those little windows?
I think they're there for
oh.
dreams.
We already solved it.
It's open. That's one big dragon.
Or one very small dragon. It's another little statue.
He's playing a lute.
He's also...
Well, they're not part... And they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
Basically, I found all but the mouth symbol. And I've got to find... It won't let me solve it by, you know, just filling in the gaps. So I got to figure out what mouth is.
Now it's a...
There are weeds in
it's
there.
an aquarium?
Could be. Anymore. Finally.
It's not
Don't
that
ruin this.
Sure. Why not?
Research the archive. It's downright poetic.
Is that...
Of sorts. Hey, look at that. It's a model of... What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing... Books about... nature? It's a little boat. We use the only way...
What a comforting thought.
It's just an arch like...
Too late. Spooky. What do you think it's for?
I think it's to scare...
Is it working?
No. What animal is that?
Hawk.
Right. A hawk bear lizard. It's a stone...
I think it's supposed to... It's an egg. The pond has...
seems...
You're superfluous.
It'll be something I've not, like, picked up on potentially yet.
Do you think he'll start to move?
No. I think he'll just sign...
Doorbell. It's a sound somewhere.
You ever see a...
Not in real life. A pointless little...
No.
Play hide and seek.
I could be persuaded.
A little bridge leading back to the gardens. A little bridge leading back to the gardens.
The O? What do you mean the O? It's just something. Oh, it looks like a mouse. Okay, yeah, but
That's a whole lot of.
what? Oh, I don't see it now.
That's a
Oh, you mean the
magnifying.
O on the floor?
Why?
Oh, right.
Should I start
You
smoking?
can bluff about
I just thought it was maybe mouths, something to do with talking.
Oh.
What?
Oh.
Oh yeah, Tangle.
Twar.
It's got to be something that would make a noise.
Do you think this was?
I don't know.
No windows either. Not the kind
It's
of.
cool. Looks like old.
It's a little glass.
I think
Come again.
seeing the leaves might have been for keeping insects. That painting.
Why would you want it looming over?
Maybe Freya
the
knew.
atmosphere?
Hang on, there's a smaller
It's
version.
a photograph.
That's a handsome beetle. Looks like he might have. A little chart of. Actually, I have no idea what it's about.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
It's great glasses. But yeah, I can't use it with any of the people, so... It's not anyone's voice specifically.
It's Tangle Tower, or at least it's the. It's Tangle Tower, or at least it's the. It's too cloudy.
It's also daytime.
It's too.
It's also daytime.
Every astronomy.
I want to try.
That's the attic above. Somebody covered the window with blanket. You can see right.
Not by
I
accident.
can see Flora, but she's behind her is the back. I can't really see anything.
Yeah, this is how we got access to the
Isn't this
attic.
supposed to? I'm pretty
Can't
sure.
move I think this is just how it's set up. Where's that light coming
It's
from?
just daylight, I think. There's a decent gap between those. Is that what I think it is?
I don't want to go to my suspicions yet
Statue
because
opening up
You know, there's a name for that.
Yeah,
It's
I know.
not quite. Also, it's stuffed.
what I've got left is find research notes and 2 secrets. One of which has got to be get into the secret room. If I do my deductive thing, it might end the game.
That's a big lake.
It's kind of.
I think it's just.
Yeah, water with poison in it.
But it won't let me solve that yet because I've got to get this final symbol, whatever it is. Music room, doorbell, birds.
Looks like nature. Rude.
We already solved it.
That bed.
Does it feel warm?
No, you're right.
It's not coming from the bed.
Traveling cases.
Empty. All of them.
And especially.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds. They're bird cages. But the birds are.
Is that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is. I don't like mirrors.
How do you get?
I do by weight. I can feel it. I don't like mirrors.
How do you?
I do by weight. I can feel it.
My little writing desk.
There's nothing written in the book.
don't know. I feel like it's got to be something with the tape, because the tape was in the fountain. So we listened to them all the way through before, but maybe it's a case of listening to it now we have the thing.
Weird.
Aha!
Someone humming a tune.
There we go. It was humming. Right, perfect. Okay, we've got that now. Let's go open the statue in the fountain.
That's all formality.
So, what?
Should we go back to the garden?
Then we can end the game. Because we're totally committed now. We're completing this.
Let's try this again.
You know, I think we might be able to. That's gotta be right.
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
Wait, do you hear that?
Are we gonna go in?
Yeah, but there's a couple of things I want to do first.
Oh, okay. We've got to talk to Sally then. Okay.
We know a little more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was
What do you
Freya
think?
stabbed by her own painting?
No. Ooh, excuse me.
Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife.
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question. Why?
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
Flora's the only
I'm nearly
person who
done.
could have hidden the feather,
I'm gonna finish this
unless
game.
someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole time. It stayed locked until Fitz kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what, and more interested in the how.
Some sort of fishing reel type thing.
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with a painting.
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting? Wouldn't that leave a hole?
Okay, well, how about this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated.
Ooh. Oh, maybe they both got knocked
Are we
over.
done?
Oh, the sound that cracked something cracked everything. Knocked them over, knocked people unconscious, and then she was stabbed straight down. That's why it was a 90-degree angle.
For now, it's about time we found out what's beneath the garden. Where do you think it goes?
Down.
Ooh, that's not where I thought there would be a thing. Underneath. A lab.
Forensic Entomology, Volume 3.
That's an incredibly specific area of study. What's in there? Nine beetles. All different, all dead.
Poor little guys.
There's a bunch of notes written all around them. It's mostly numbers. No idea what they mean. It's a little diagram of a beetle.
That's weird.
What?
It looks really normal compared to the beetles behind the glass.
9 beetles.
Poor little guy.
There's a bunch. It's mostly numbers. What's in there?
Is that a lab coat?
Warning, hand wash only. Size, small.
Is it locked?
Seems likely, doesn't it? Weird looking safe.
I'm pretty sure the latches can slide into the middle.
Making a maze.
That's the one.
Hey, not bad. Anything inside?
Yeah, more research.
Folder containing secret chemicals, something, 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 blah, blah, blah. Ooh, we got another page. Or just secret research.
Whose research is this? It's a hatch.
But we're already...
Depends on your perspective.
Let's not... We still haven't explored this room properly.
What a mess.
Any idea what this is all about?
Hello.
Is that a periodic table?
No, but it does kind of look like one.
What are those symbols?
They're alchemic symbols, mostly based on the planets, the sun, the moon, stuff like that.
Huh.
We've seen that sort of stuff before.
This looks like it was drawn in a hurry.
Didn't we see those same symbols in the greenhouse?
And that's from the library.
Reminds me of the chart from the library.
The one from the chalkboard.
Yeah. A cracked glass tank with 9 little rooms. Each one has 1 or 2 insects inside. I can't tell if they're still alive.
I like that you called them rooms.
It's so dark. I can barely tell what I'm looking at. It looks like the liquid is ice. And drawn entomology charts.
Bugs.
Looks like they're made of metal.
This is some seriously in-depth research.
It's impressive, but it's incomplete. There's a section missing.
So, this is Pointer.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
I guess not a lot of people know about the secret entrance.
Right. But if Pointer's the only one who comes down here, why would he need to lock his research in a safe? Who is he hiding it from?
He's just paranoid, especially about his golden beetle.
What do you think he's trying to do exactly?
Pointer has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the underground laboratory.
Why? Because it's rare?
Because it's gold?
Is that it?
I think so. I don't think he cares about entomology any more than he cares about astronomy. He just wants to get one over on Felix. If he can breed his own gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is looking pretty,
Infinite.
Hi, everyone.
Might explain why he was so worried about losing the beetle. Maybe somebody did steal it.
Might have been Freya after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
She might not have known what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure, but not naive. I reckon she knew what was going on.
I think we're still missing the bigger picture. There's no way this is all just about a beetle. We're done.
Ready to go down? Again?
Oh my god! There's more levels!
A single book on a little makeshift table.
This is creeping me out slightly.
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
Misted to the sea and sky. Ink dip, elegant bird, silver snake, aquatic reptile, the amophobia, soul bearer. Yeah, there was something about the soul bearer.
We're too late. This photograph has been stabbed.
Why?
Not sure. Some kind of metal stabbing thingy.
Yep, that is what I reckon that's what killed her. I think that's what killed her.
So what's the
No
photo?
worries. Go sleep. Is this the blue-bearded guy? No worries. Been framed but slightly damp. Young girl, large man, several rotten wet birds. Okay, something was definitely going a bit weird. There's also something else.
Do you know who it is in the photo?
It's an old coat rack.
2 cloaks and a green hat draped on top for good measure.
Old cardboard.
How exciting.
No, but they're also damp and empty. Do these puddles?
Why?
That's like it's indoor.
I see your point.
Old cardboard.
exciting.
No, but they're also damp and empty.
Okay, I don't want to do that yet. What is something I'm missing?
Gives off kind
What
of
do people
nothing good.
Basements don't.
Or at the bottom of the must be.
Right, but if that's
Like
the lake,
what?
white, no
Smooth.
plants. That's not what a lake looks like.
Where are we? There's a roll of paper up there.
I'll see if I
Let
can.
me guess.
There's a
Study. Wait,
I know what you're thinking. And no, we never went in there.
how did we
Misted
miss it?
Mansion.
The Grand Hall.
What's that thing?
I think it's that big glass.
The rooftop garden. That name makes a little more sense. Music room. It's the aviary.
It's the room above us.
The laboratory?
Yeah.
That's the room we're in now. It's not labeled
I
as
think it already existed when this was
Misted Mansion. Is it not Tangle?
Tangle Tower. Before.
Misted Mansion. Is it not
Tangle Tower.
Storage.
It's Freya's room. The library. A bedroom.
Penny's room, I think. A bedroom.
That's Fifi's room, isn't it?
Music room. It's the aviary.
This seems pretty significant.
Agreed.
There we go. That's my missing bit there. I was worried.
Did you notice
It's
how
all
much...
coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure lakes are supposed to be darker at the bottom, not lighter.
Why is there a room down here anyway? And why is it so much older than the rest of Tangle Tower?
We still don't really know why people came to live here in the first place.
Maybe they just wanted to get rich. Like
Something to do with the,
Winter
like,
his
it looks
beetles.
like an egg.
I feel like the Remingtons came here for the lake, for what was in it.
It's empty, though. More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late.
This man in the photo, he reminds me of something from one of our clues.
It's the dude.
Felix made a little model of him for Flora.
Yeah, it makes sense when you know who he is. Lord Remington.
Remington. That makes him Flora's father, meaning the girl in the photo is...
Yeah, it's her. See the bird, too.
I never would have guessed. Times sure do change.
I don't know. I don't think she looks so different.
Let's head back up to the... I want to find that last room. Wow, it's dark all of a sudden.
How long were we down there?
This must be it. This thing goes all the way up.
How are we supposed to get up there?
Hang on, it's pitch black, but I think there's a switch.
Why would we ever, you know, not do
A
this?
ladder.
Want to go up?
The hidden heart. Still don't really know who killed her. Secret. Okay, one last one, which is going to be finish the game.
It's a wooden pin hung up on one of the chains.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
Large sheet of paper, 4 lines from a gap in the center. Ooh. Is that the study? Well, that's definitely the thing. The thingy. This photo. But it's Hawkshaw in the other one. It's gotta be.
Is that a crab?
It's got a tree.
Also, crabs normally have... Good.
Grimoire, don't you think it looks familiar?
Yeah.
This crab really...
That little wooden...
Yeah, but I don't think... I've seen it more recently.
I know what it is, I just need to look at the picture. At least I think I know what it is. It was in the kids' book. Okay, so 2 angled that way, little one closed, 2 open. Okay.
Is that a crab?
It's got a tree.
Also, crabs... I guess that's wrong.
I don't think we need to
What do you mean?
We have all the information we need in our case.
Nothing.
I'm sure I've seen this thing somewhere.
Nope.
Wasn't this crab
The
in the...
children's book?
This
Yeah.
crab really reminds me of something.
That little...
Yeah, but I think I've seen it more.
Oh, I need to do better than angle, clearly. Ah, that one needs to angle up. So that is straight with angle. Those 2 angle up. Okay.
Is that a crab?
It's got a
Also, crab...
So this angles up. That angles up. It's open. That angles that way. And it's open.
Perfect.
There we go. Hello.
What's this?
Something somebody didn't want us to find.
Crossbow. That's what that reel is from. Crossbow plus the metal rod.
What is it? Those aren't.
Some of them are...
At least they're all empty.
You sure that's a good thing? Dragon?
Snake?
Worm?
That's the one.
Crumpled up paper.
Is there anything written on any
Not
of it?
really. It's mostly blank. Coffee table, hat. I'm gonna say someone.
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
Several pages ripped out with a few remaining. Fifth ambassador located finally. Can't say I harbored any optimism, but still somehow disappointed. Never done than the rest of them. To my misted friend at the music room for experiments, it works. Perhaps too well. Ah, that's why everything's shattered. The lab was another disappointment. All that effort for what? He's even more short-sighted than I could have guessed. Went to the bottom, nice view. Mostly cleaned up, but I had what I need. She got in. She was careful, nothing was moved, but I know it's time. I'm wondering if there's someone else, because it feels like this is not
An
just
axe
the
and some kind of hunting.
Honestly, doesn't look like they've been moved in a few years.
I'm more worried about the third one.
The third one?
The one that isn't there.
An incinerator built. Still pretty hot.
Is there anything left inside?
It's mostly ashes, but yeah, there's something.
Rather black buttons, red cloth. Is it? Oh my god!
Someone's been using this room.
It's Grimshaw, Hawkmoor, whatever her name is.
Some kind of fish.
That's a bird skull. We're talking about a 15-foot bird here.
Well, how about we stop talking about it? Who are all the people?
Not sure. Their eyes have all been crossed out.
Photo. Okay. Ambassador to the Mystic Museum. 2 women and 3 men. Variety of different styles of clothing. Okay. Hawkshaw. It's a red cloak. Something's got to be Hawkshaw. Yeah, I'm finishing the game tonight. I'm nearly there. I've just got to solve this mystery, Jesse. I mean, if I do, then I'll raid you. But yeah, that feels like... Well, that one looks like Poppy. So maybe that's Primrose? But yeah, Freya stumbled on something.
That photo is important. I'm sure of it.
You know, in any normal... In here, though, it barely makes the top 3. Centipede, millipede. How many legs has it got?
Too many.
I don't know what the red stone thing is,
stool.
though. The red stone thing definitely...
Hung up on one
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
Yeah, so that is Hawksmoor, Grimshaw, whatever her name is. I'm very bad with names. And then that was the red thing that that Freya painted.
I don't get it. This room is in the original building plans for the mansion. But nowadays, it's some big secret?
It's not a secret to everybody. At least one other person still knows about this room.
The way the notebook was left out on the table makes me think it's someone who has the room all to themselves.
Whoever it was, they left more than just the notebook. There's a whole design project on this pinboard. Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it. I'm betting it'd make more sense if we could see it all together.
That might not be impossible, you know.
So I'm not sure it's Freya. It might be her dad. Oh, I hope her dad didn't kill her. That would be horrible.
The painting from Freya's room and those sketches. Did Freya design Detective Hawkshaw's clothes? What kind of sense does that make?
I don't think that's why Freya made that painting, but it may have been why somebody took a photo of it to use as reference. And as for those sketches of Hawkshaw, I don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else. Someone with less of a talent for art.
Doesn't exactly narrow it down. Should we go ask Detective Hawkshaw about all this?
I'm not sure. I still don't know what's really going on.
It could have been Hawkshaw. Could have also been the dad.
Was someone trying to hide it? From us?
I don't know, but it looks incomplete to me.
I think there was a
know what happened
cryptid
to the rest
involved.
of it. Where are the other parts?
There was a cryptid involved, which shattered things. So that shattered the gramophone, the glass in the music room, the sides of the paints, everything that was shattered. That knocked out Freya and Flora, and then they just shot her with a crossbow bolt. And then whoever was the first in the room took the bolt and the feather. Who was the first in the room? Felix and Poppy? No, Fritz and Poppy. The two kids.
We found them already. I think that might attach the crossbow, but not this part of the crossbow.
That doesn't seem...
We need something that could attach.
Of course, it was Hawkshaw.
What do you make of it?
Not sure. Let's keep an open mind.
You don't think the crossbow is the murder weapon?
Oh no, the crossbow is definitely the murder weapon. But that doesn't mean we've solved the mystery. Another photograph.
Their faces are all crossed out with some kind of black ink.
That's weird.
Oh, you think so?
No, I mean, something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of these people here at Tangle Tower?
Well, the woman on the left looks a little like Poppy, but her style is way different. And at first I thought the guy on the top right was Felix, but now that I look at it, I don't think it is him.
Moida.
Time to solve this.
All right, break out the notebook. Time to put it all together.
Let's start with this. It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it matches Freya's wound. It's
Actually, I
the
don't
murder
even need to
weapon.
pull it out.
I'm sure of it.
Despite
Because
the
it was
fact
on
it
a-
doesn't have any blood
rope.
on it, and it wasn't found anywhere near the crime scene.
Mm-hmm. It was cleaned, then it was hidden. I don't think anybody expected us to get down to that room at the bottom of the lake.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
The attic.
It was fired from above Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
The attic.
Perfect hiding place. We even found a part of the murder weapon up there.
I still think there
The
was
wheel was used to pull the arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards.
Yeah. Okay.
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
So
The
someone
murderer
went
must have
over and
dropped
stole
the
the
wheel in
feather.
attic. I'm guessing they were in a hurry to escape.
There was an
Wait.
accomplice.
The
Could've
arrow
been
was
the feather.
fired through the crack in the floorboards?
Yeah, it's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
Nope, doesn't add up. It would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
Ah,
No,
right.
everyone got blurred over.
Unless Freya was already lying on her back
There
before
was
the
something
arrow
to
was
do with
fired.
Something
I
cracked
think
things.
so too. She'd fallen unconscious.
Something
why she
in the
was
room
unconscious.
caused Freya to fall unconscious.
The gramophone.
Right.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
There was something in the gramophone.
Mm-hmm. Something small.
That's not it. That's not it.
Oh, wait, no. Something in the gramophone was the tape.
That's not it.
Oh, okay.
That's not it.
I'm sure it was something to do with this. Paints?
That's not it. That's not it.
No, it's not. I'm just...
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
What was in it?
That's not it.
Something small. Golden beetle?
Pointer's research says it can emit an incredibly loud hiss when it feels threatened. Poppy and Fitz both said they heard a loud noise around the time of the murder. Neither of them had any idea what it was.
This seems a little far-fetched. Is it really loud enough to knock someone out?
No, I don't think so, not by itself. But don't forget, it was being amplified by the shape of the gramophone. Now, I don't think we're purely talking about volume either. It might just be a particular type of frequency.
This is getting kinda scientific. Since when do you know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
I don't, but I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The horn it's playing. It's a pretty similar shape to the one on the gramophone. That broken glass isn't there on accident. This is someone's science experiment.
Thinking about it, Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise. Although Pointer
Who
might
got
have
up to
been
the
lying.
attic?
Personally, I think he was telling the truth about that.
How'd you get to the
It's pretty
attic?
clear a powerful frequency did
Probably
pass
outside.
through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage, too.
Paints.
Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere. Freya's paints, the pink cassette tape, and the gramophone itself, they all sustained similar damage while they were in that room.
That's some seriously powerful vibration. Enough to crack metal. Enough to knock someone out all the way
I
across
thought
a room.
Someone stole the
Yeah,
beetle, so someone
that's
else
the
stole
one
the
thing
beetle
I
from the
don't get.
professor.
If the frequency was so powerful and had such a big range, how did the murderer pull it off? Wouldn't they have been in range too?
Oh.
Think about it. They can't
No,
have been
they
much
had the
further away
headphones
from
on
the
their head.
gramophone than Flora was.
He said that they protected themselves.
They protected themselves.
They had the
How?
headphones on. I'm still not
These are
100%
some
who it is.
pretty heavy-duty
I think they stole them
earmuffs.
from Fitz.
I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the start. 1.
Grimshaw
Freya is
Hawksmoor-
painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to music on the gramophone.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing earmuffs.
3. The golden beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on.
I mean,
How
she
did it
could've-
know?
The beetle?
Yeah, what triggered it at that particular moment? Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
I'm not sure. Maybe something in the music?
Maybe.
4.
Oh, those
Freya
notes.
and
It could be
Flora
those
are
notes.
both knocked unconscious by the vibrations. Freya
Those 8
lands on her
notes.
back. She drops the brush and palette by her side.
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly downwards.
6.
The detective
the
was
arrow
hired.
Is pulled back up on the reel.
7. The murderer
someone-
leaves the attic.
But someone
presumably.
8.
put a
Doors
red
kicked
cloak
down,
on, maybe
Fitz
to
and
look like.
Poppy
I
enter the
don't
room.
know.
That's it.
Not 100%.
There's something bothering me.
What?
I just want to check something. Let's go back to the crime scene.
It's detective person, possibly something, the father.
The answer is in the painting.
There's 2
I'm
plants.
sure of it.
The plant, it's in the book.
What?
Look.
It's the bird book.
I can see the stars.
And it's dark. And it's dark. And it's dark.
Freya, did you leave us a clue?
Someone see with the colours. There we go. We've triggered whatever it is. We've triggered it. Missing clue. There's a plant pot.
So what's bothering you?
Something that's not here.
The extra
The
plant
thing we
pot.
didn't find. We know she was holding it during the painting.
Flora's
feather.
ink dip feather?
It was here. In this room. Where'd it go?
We found it
We
somewhere
found
else.
it somewhere else. We were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene.
2 people with red
and
cloaks.
ended up in the incinerator down in the study.
Someone wanted to destroy it, I guess.
But how? How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
So the question is, how could they steal something from a room they weren't able to access? The final clue about the crime scene. Freya left it for us right here. It's in the unfinished painting. It's not quite a photo, but still, it's an image of the crime scene recorded just before the murder. If only she'd finished it, then I could be totally sure.
It's true she never finished it, but she did intend to finish it.
Meaning?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas. Freya prepared all the colors she was going to need before she started painting. The black paint was going to be used to paint the sketch of something sitting in the window. Almost. Maybe just change one thing. Brown and gray paint was going to be used to paint the sketch of something sitting in the window. Almost. Maybe just change. The yellow paint was going to be used to paint the sketch of something sitting in the window.
Something in the window. Oh.
Something yellow. Beetle?
That's not it.
Feather?
That's not it.
Egg?
That's not it.
Bird?
There she is, our little thief.
How long has it been there? Did it hear the whole conversation?
I thought it was a plant. My god, it was... No.
She did,
Ah.
but she's a very good listener.
That is a bird. Was Grim... not Grimshaw,
Well,
or
now,
whatever.
I think this has quite served its purpose. don't you?
Penny, why did you...
It's Penelope, if you don't mind. But before we begin, isn't there a certain formality demanding our attention?
Penelope? Really? Do we have anything to tie our hands with? Do we have anything to tie our hands with?
That's not gonna work.
No. Real thingy?
Lovely. Now, tell me, what was it that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
I just need to know the truth.
Need to know the truth.
Is that right? Interesting.
Why did you do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely nothing.
So, what? You just hated her indiscriminately?
Freya Fellow was an inspiration to us all. She was possessed of a great energy. The volition to create something from nothing. The willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She was truly free. Everything I couldn't be.
You know what? I just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, what is it, 3 times now?
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short hours
sort of
at Tangle Tower. You
disassociative.
feel like you've got everyone sussed. Unearthed every single one of our secrets. Nothing but bullet points for your notebook. Go on, indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer? I suppose I can't argue with that, can I?
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us, so why not help us out?
Very well. Penelope Pointer is actually not very important at all. She pales in comparison to those who came before her and to those that came after.
She looks like her mum, who was in the photo.
Living at Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably take for granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing and not a you thing?
Perhaps you didn't notice. Not one of them is happy, not one.
So why stay? Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
I did. Many times I've walked away. It did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall, did you not?
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have put it better myself. My mother, for one. My father, too. The other 2 Remingtons. Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that was the first question I wanted answered.
There's
You
the
wanted
5
to
in
know
the photo.
where they'd all gone?
More than that, I wanted to know if I belonged with them. I have no place here. Not among the Fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose, too.
So, what did you actually do about it?
Nothing I could do, at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then, I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
The study.
The study. The one hidden in the middle of the house. It's right next to a bedroom.
I'd hear voices at night. Deep ones. And the strangest thing, the wall behind my bed would get incredibly hot. For hours on end, the paint would peel, wallpaper wouldn't stay up. I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something.
So they didn't actually
trying to
leave, they were
break
doing
through.
experiments.
Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know it's there, it's simple.
So, you
Maybe
got
the
into the study
professor's
and
not in.
found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it. Then, I looked inside. Let's see how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
I do.
Misted?
Yeah, hang on, I just gotta be right back. Misted's like a cryptid. It's very, Sean Maguire.
Mistids? Sure, yeah.
You're more observant than I thought.
Sorry, what are we talking about?
It's a collective term from before my time. Birds, insects, amphibians, anything living off the lake water. The mutation can take several generations, or it can happen overnight.
Wait, mistids, like cryptids, like Bigfoot or whatever.
A little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being mistids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happened, some got out. Quite a few got out.
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at 19, I found a single object that rather changed my life. Something which answered my questions while at once creating all new ones.
That's not it.
You see, that looks like that's gotta be her mum. And then that's Penny's mum.
The 5 missing family members standing together as a single unit, calling themselves the ambassadors of Misted Mansion.
So, the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of Misted Mansion is long past. When I looked inside the incinerator on my first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era denied to me in its entirety. The study, the room at the bottom of the lake itself.
I feel like we're inside an egg.
I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe.
I bet she's killed
Maybe
them
they'd
all.
share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough. They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps, charts. The creatures themselves, all lost. Taken away or destroyed. But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
And? What happened? Why'd
She
you paint
killed
out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
19-year-old me had imagined they'd all left with a mission, a unified purpose, but they hadn't. They were, in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped mistids. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters. All 5, completely useless to me.
Even your own parents?
Eventually,
confused
I
whether
returned to
professors
Tangle Tower. I
part
had
of it or
nowhere
not.
else to go. I considered giving up. But instead, I made a decision.
Yeah, so, yeah, she could be in two places at once, but it fits if she was both
There was
people.
only one person at Tangle Tower still of interest to me. My dear Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up astronomy. A fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was a mask. Pointer had found something. Something from the era of Misted Mansion.
The beetle?
So, where did he get the beetle?
I cannot be sure. But I theorize that he received it in the post.
In the post? From who?
Who can say? Someone outside Tangle Tower. But the thought that he would be in contact with such a person, all that time, I decided to take what was owed to me.
So you stole it.
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step. Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested, innocently, that perhaps it was not lost. Perhaps it had been stolen. He was very ready to believe he'd been the victim of theft. When I offered to call in a private detective, he jumped on the idea. She arrived the next day. Hawkshaw prides herself on her punctuality, as you know.
Why, though? Why go through all that? The name, the costume, and everything?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshaw afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
But didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets. On the second day, Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
So, you stole Pointer's research?
I would have done, if I'd found anything worth stealing. But he had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Which is?
It carries an exoskeleton approximately 90% identical to gold. But it's not the 90% I'm interested in. Did you ever question what exactly makes the water here so unique? Before Misted Mansion was built over the lake, before the lake was even a lake, Lord Remington and his wife built a small structure here, a research station, supposedly. Fast forward 2 or 3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
The ambassadors took everything when they left.
And everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator. However, possessing additional insight, I found something the others had missed. It's not much, but I have what I need.
So, why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay? Why did you kill Freya?
The will of Freya Fellow. Freya found out.
Simply put, Freya was too good for me. It's my fault. I pushed her over the edge, unknowingly, but still, I take the blame.
What are you talking about?
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted?
Yeah. This.
That's right. I had assumed it was purely abstract. I just thought it had a good energy. I later discovered it was a figure of some kind, something from Freya's recurring nightmare. For all her vitality, I think Freya was probably the most troubled of all of us. She was desperate to leave Tangle Tower, but she couldn't just walk away. For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory.
Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the beetles. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her significantly. But in fact, I think it was something else. I think she wanted to free Fiona. The real reason Freya was unable to leave Tangle Tower is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her. We're now firmly in the realm of speculation, but I think Freya felt that exposing the darker secrets of Tangle Tower, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world, would compromise all three families, and perhaps, somehow, free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance.
Hmm.
That was her plan anyway, but something happened before Freya could find her way into Pointer's laboratory.
She found her way into your study, found your notes, found that photograph. I'm willing to bet she put it all together quicker than we did.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors. Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help you.
Freya had made a promise to paint Flora as a birthday gift, a parting gift no less. She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
But why hide in the attic? And why bother with the beetle at all?
The beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya. It was for Flora. She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough. I couldn't get Flora out of her room, but if she could be unconscious, then she wouldn't have to witness anything.
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona. And Poppy too, I suppose. Gave them something to focus on.
You mean it distracted them while you made your escape?
It helped them cope. The very idea of something abstract, something supernatural. I believe it made things marginally less painful for them, initially. Worked on you, too.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
Well, I've been waiting for an opportunity to get my beetle back. I'd really rather not leave without it.
Wait, it's still here?
It's still inside the gramophone.
So it could have been the bird on the gramophone that put it in danger. Or it could have been the music. Oh no. Someone stole our boat.
What's going on?
Poppy, they are both awake.
I can see.
You two all right?
My head hurts. What happened to us?
You were both unconscious. 14 minutes by my count.
Really?
You're both fine. No injuries.
Was it the beetle? In the gramophone? I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
So how did we get down here? What happened to Penny?
Fitz saved both of you, obviously.
When I reached Flora's tower, you were both unconscious, and Penny was crouched down beside you. She had her crossbow on her, but who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know that she was the murderer?
Poppy and Fifi suspected her. Apparently, they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Fitz did not want to believe us, because he liked Penny. A lot.
But what happened? Fitz, what did she do when she saw you?
She jumped out the window.
What? Did she survive?
She did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my room, but by the time I got out there to check, she was already gone.
Hang on. Poppy, why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found him sitting on the floor in the aviary, all by himself. Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all, did she? No,
Is it a
she
real bird?
I apologize, Poppy seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand human language.
So, Penny got away.
I'm afraid she did.
We had suspected she might try to escape. I was stationed here by the lake's edge. I proved to be an ineffective guard. She took the boat.
Did she take the beetle with her?
Nope,
How do you know?
because it's right here.
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she had a chance to take it.
Poppy, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not. It doesn't belong to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it again.
That
I
sounds
think
like
that's
a good
what she
plan.
would have wanted.
Yeah, there was a huge jump from Penny, Penelope, Grimhawk. Figuring out Grimhawk was actually Penny. I didn't make that leap. I thought, I went through, maybe it was the dad? The uncle? I'm not sure whether it was a foreshadowing or what. But that is the whole game. All the achievements. Okay, you obviously don't need to use everything with everything. I did because I was interested. But that was a really, really, really good game. I really enjoyed that. It was beautiful art. Very clever story. Aside from just wondering what on earth the humming was, but that was because I'd already listened to the tapes and hadn't connected the things. There's my final achievement, and we've got some art gallery. So, silly and heroic. Color palette. Various pinks, yes. Existed in the previous games. There is more games? Bouncing hair. There are more games. Previous game. The hair in a plait. Okay. Oh, there is actually a bird on a head that is a hat. Okay, it was actually a bird. Okay, cool. Yeah, Grimoire, Hawkshire. I kept on mixing them up. I was in Grimshaw. I'm not going to go through all the characters at the moment, but yeah. Clues. Hi, Stagarella. I am almost done, actually. We never got the whole... It does really look like a cracked egg, I have to say. So I may have to research into previous games that they've done. SFP games if there is more stuff. But that is 100%. We are going to end here. We are going to go send everyone over to Jessie, but I am going to go to bed because it is past 2 in the morning and I am a fool who is still up. But I had to finish. At this point, it was one of those, well, I'm nearly there. I was not nearly there, but, you know. Thank you, Lady Magritte. Oops, I just also did right. Okay. So we're going to go over and say hi to Jessie. I think my subtitles froze at some point. So yeah, thank you very much to Havor and Observer Herb for the raids, Mr. Corners for the resub, people who followed, etc, etc. I've been Joe, otherwise known as Angelus K. Thank you for watching. I'll be back later today, but technically tomorrow, with Sayonara the Wild Hearts for a little bit. For now, good night and stay safe.